The story begins in a grand mansion, silent yet heavy with a sense of dread. A maid walks slowly down the staircase, her footsteps soft but her thoughts uneasy. She reminds herself that this mansion, though beautiful from the outside, is a place filled with endless screams, a living hell that once became the graveyard of the Blanchard Revolutionary Army. And at the center of this nightmare lives a monster who has long abandoned his humanity, the Captain Vampire. He is the master of this terrifying place, and she, Sally Bristol, is nothing more than an ordinary maid working under his command. As she moves down the dim staircase, Sally suddenly sees him coming up. The man's cold eyes meet hers for a moment, and though her heart skips a beat, she lowers her head and silently walks past him. She continues until she reaches the end of the hall, stopping before a heavy door sealed with multiple locks. Her fingers move quickly as she unlocks it one by one, the sound of metal echoing in the corridor. Inside is a small, dark cell where a man sits hunched over, his head buried in his knees. When Sally calls his name softly, he raises his face, confusion clouding his weak eyes. She tells him she goes by Sally Bristol now, and then quietly places a tray of food before him. After a moment, she asks if anything happened last night. He shakes his head and murmurs that nothing did. She nods slightly and takes out a small vial, explaining that it is a morphine painkiller and he should drink some water and eat a little to ease the pain. But the man is trembling, fear breaking through his exhaustion. His voice shakes as he asks when the rescue team will come. Sally answers calmly that they should be coming soon. But before that, she needs to ask him something important. Has he spoken to anyone? Has he revealed anything at all? He must be completely honest with her, because even a small piece of information leaking out could destroy everything. The man panics, his voice rising as he swears that he has not said a single word. Sally watches him with a faint smile forming on her lips. She tells him she already knew that but had to make sure. Then, peeling an egg slowly, she adds that he will be able to move again soon. Her tone is light, but her eyes hold something unsettling. She reminds him that the rescue team does not understand the meaning of failure, so he must stay strong. Suddenly, Sally freezes. Something feels wrong. She hears approaching footsteps and quickly rushes toward the man, holding a dirty blood-stained sheet in panic. The prisoner shouts in terror, realizing that the vampire captain is coming. He screams that the monster is going to kill him. Before he can say anything more, the heavy door bursts open. A tall man with golden hair steps into the cell. His presence fills the small space, cold and commanding. He looks at Sally with sharp eyes and asks what she is doing there. Sally forces a polite smile, greeting him softly and saying good morning. She explains that she has just finished serving lunch to the guest and was about to gather the laundry. He walks toward her, the sound of his boots echoing on the stone floor. As he comes close, he lifts his hand and touches her lips lightly. His gaze is piercing as he asks if she was here alone. Sally nods nervously, saying that Mrs. Ethel quit a month ago. The man's tone turns colder as he says that is not what he asked. She stares at his face, confused by his meaning, her mind racing to understand what he wants. Turning to the guards at the door, the man asks if they are still stationed there. They answer quickly, trembling under his gaze. He takes a whip from one of them, examining it casually before looking back at Sally. His voice is low but dangerous as he asks why his delicate maid, Miss Sally Bristol, was left alone with such a dangerous rat. Sally blinks in confusion, unsure how to respond. She stammers an apology, saying she was only following Mrs. Appleby's orders. His expression tightens. He turns away for a moment, his shoulders stiff, then his voice becomes calm but chilling as he asks whether he should punish the one who disobeyed his orders. He points the whip toward a nearby guard, making the man freeze in fear. The captain asks him why he told him never to leave Sally alone. The guard's voice trembles as he replies that he was afraid the prisoner might get aroused and try to attack her. The captain's lips curve into a thin smile as he says that is correct. Then, without warning, he presses the whip handle hard against the guard's chest, forcing a cry of pain from him. He says that this place is dangerous for his delicate Sally and asks if he understands. The guard nods desperately, trembling. The captain raises the whip and adds that he will make sure the guard never forgets this lesson again, engraving it into his body if needed. Sally's heart races as she watches, her hands shaking. The captain's presence alone is enough to make her breath catch. When he turns his eyes to her, she quickly bows her head, saying it is her fault for coming without permission. She begs him to punish her instead and starts to lift the edge of her skirt in trembling submission. The captain looks at her for a moment, his expression unreadable. A tear slips down her cheek as she waits for the blow. Instead, he steps closer and takes out a handkerchief. His gloved hand gently wipes the tear from her face, leaving her frozen in shock and confusion. Then he smiles faintly, his tone suddenly calm and almost tender, as he tells her that from now on, she should leave the meals outside the door. Sally quickly nods, promising she will do as he says. She tries to step back, but his eyes narrow again, and his voice hardens. He grabs her wrist sharply, pulling her closer until their faces are only inches apart. The sudden pain makes her wince. He tells her that her carelessness is unlike her, and before she can respond, he takes her hand and cracks one of her fingernails. The sharp pain shoots through her, but she bites her lip, holding back her scream. He leans closer, his breath cold against her ear, and murmurs that she is too kind, so kind that it becomes annoying. His words are soft, but filled with cruel amusement, and though she tries to keep calm, her body trembles. The story shifts to another scene. The captain is over Sally, pressing against her chest, licking her face, and forcing his hand inside her while she struggles and tells him to stop. Suddenly, he blinks and realizes he is not touching her at all. He is sitting in his office, staring blankly with a cigarette between his lips. The images in his mind disappear, but his eyes remain fixed on Sally, who is quietly working in the same room. She moves around the office, cleaning the table and arranging papers, while he watches her every movement. His gaze lingers on her body, making her feel uneasy. When she notices his stare, she turns slightly and asks if she should leave in case she is disturbing him. He answers calmly that there is no need, saying he will do his job and she should continue hers. Sally nods politely and resumes cleaning, but her thoughts wander. She remembers him once saying that she is annoying, yet he has been staring at her non-stop since earlier. A few moments later, a guard named Campbell enters the office and salutes. He reports that the transport truck is scheduled to arrive at 3 o'clock. Sally silently thinks to herself that finally, the moment has come. All the effort she put into enduring those filthy stares while cleaning has paid off. Now that she knows the departure time, she can plan to rescue Bobby. But her heart freezes when she hears the captain repeat the time out loud. He says that 3 o'clock means there is still some time left, and he cannot leave his guest bored and alone. His tone is casual, but Sally's stomach tightens. Soon after, the scene moves to the underground chamber. The captain stands before the prisoner tied to a chair, his guards surrounding them. The man's screams echo through the dark cell. Maid's knee. Sally stands outside the door, her face expressionless but her thoughts racing. She listens to the cries that fill the corridor and thinks about how people often ask her if managing the torture chamber is not too exhausting. They ask why she does not find another job, but she knows she cannot leave. Inside, the guards continue the brutal work until the captain orders them to stop. Two of them drag the broken prisoner out of the cell. One tells the other that the transport truck has arrived and they must move quickly. The second guard warns the man to keep his mouth shut until the end, adding mockingly that he will not last a day in the camp, perhaps not even an hour. As the beaten man is pulled away, his eyes meet Sally's. She stares back at him quietly, thinking that even though it is painful, her mission can only be completed inside this horrible place. The captain soon steps out of the cell, wiping his gloves. When he notices her standing nearby, he smiles faintly and tells her that they have been running into each other quite a lot today. He asks if she is managing the torture chamber on her own now and says she is doing a great job. Sally looks at his face, hiding her disgust, and thinks that her mission begins with Leon Winston, the man who just finished torturing someone and still looks pleased with himself, like a customer leaving a brothel. To her, he is nothing but a disgusting pervert. Keeping her expression polite, she bows slightly and thanks him for his kind words. Then she says she will continue her cleaning duties and turns to leave. But before she can walk away, he grabs her shoulder and tells her to wait. His grip is firm and she stops immediately. He looks directly into her eyes and asks why she keeps avoiding his gaze. Sally feels irritation rising inside her but keeps her tone calm as she replies that such a thing is not possible. He stays silent for a moment, then smiles faintly and says, "Is that so? Good." He moves closer and places his other hand on her shoulder, his voice lowering as he says he looks forward to her continued cooperation. Then he walks away, leaving her frozen in place. As soon as he disappears around the corner, Sally exhales shakily. She mutters to herself that every time he touches her with his dirty hands, the smell of blood from that day comes back to haunt her. Her mind drifts to a memory she wishes she could erase. In the flashback, a young Sally stands horrified as she witnesses a scene of death and chaos. A woman nearby calls her by her real name, telling her not to be afraid. The woman says it was an unavoidable choice and that everything is for the sake of the new world. After the deaths of Sally's revolutionary parents, her aunt often suggested that they leave the country together. One day, the woman tells young Sally that the gold mining in the new world has been a great success and that the wealth is more than enough to support them. If Sally goes with her, she will live far more comfortably than she does now. She tells Sally to agree, but Sally apologizes and refuses. Even as a child, she cannot bring herself to live in a world that tramples on the weak to rise higher, building wealth stained with blood, dressing in luxury, and feasting while others starve. That is the world of pigs, the corrupt monarchy she despises. It is not the world her parents dreamed of. They dreamed of a utopia, a world nourished by the blood of revolutionaries that would one day bear fruit. Sally silently swears that she will fulfill the wish of her late parents and their comrades. She will make sure this mission succeeds. The memory fades, and she returns to the present, standing once again in the torture chamber. She resumes cleaning the blood-stained floor carefully. As she works, she calculates the time in her head. It takes 5 hours by car to reach the Govan camp from here. The transport truck has already departed, and the mail wagon will arrive soon. That means there is still enough time to deliver the letter to Peter. Once he checks it, he will contact the branch, and the rescue team near Govan should be able to save Bobby before the truck reaches the city. Feeling a small spark of hope, she lifts the basket of laundry and starts toward the corridor. But just as she steps forward, she senses someone behind her. She turns, and the basket slips from her hands, hitting the floor with a loud sound. Her heart starts pounding as Captain Leon stands right behind her. He moves close and lowers his head until his lips brush against her neck. He whispers that she smells so good. Sally freezes, her whole body trembling. His breath feels hot against her skin, and she can feel the weight of his body pressing against hers. Her face becomes pale, her hands shaking. The bloodstains on her neck mix with the warmth of his touch. She feels disgusted and afraid. Her mind screams to move, but her body will not obey. A deep sense of danger fills her chest. She knows this man is unpredictable, and his actions could destroy everything she is trying to accomplish. Sally does not know what will happen to her if she stays like this any longer. Her hands tremble as she wonders if she should just shoot him now with the gun hidden under her skirt. The thought keeps repeating in her head as the captain's sharp eyes watch her every move. He looks amused and asks her why she is shaking so much, saying she is trembling like a leaf. Before she can respond, he slides his hand slowly under her shirt, saying that this behavior is not like her at all. His tone is mocking and curious, and she feels her patience breaking. She tells herself she cannot take it anymore. Her heartbeat races as she slightly lifts her skirt to reach for her gun, thinking that Jimmy, her comrade, would understand if she ends up killing this perverted bastard rather than being taken by him. But suddenly, the captain plucks a loose button from her shirt and holds it between his fingers. His tone changes as he tells her to sew it back on later. She freezes, confused by his calmness. Then his gaze sharpens again as he asks whether she is trying to seduce him. The question makes her face burn with embarrassment and anger. She immediately covers her chest, her hands trembling as she thinks to herself in disbelief, "Seduce him? What nonsense is that?" Trying to think fast, she takes a deep breath and says that she actually needs money, explaining that her mother's hospital bills are due soon. Her voice is steady, though her heart feels heavy. She says that if he wants anything from her, she is willing to do it for him. For a moment, the captain looks completely silent, his expression unreadable. Then he steps back, putting a bit of distance between them. She watches him carefully, thinking that her prediction was right. Knowing his personality, a woman who throws herself at him for quick gain must disgust him. She almost feels relieved as his expression softens slightly. When she turns to leave, he stops her and says that such filthy words do not suit a good girl like her. He pulls out his wallet, takes out some money, and tells her not to say things like that again. She stands there quietly as he places the money in her hand. He reminds her of what he said before, that he is not annoyed by her kindness but rather by her carelessness. He tells her he actually likes the way she stays calm at the sight of blood. Unlike the rookie soldiers who puke after every torture, she remains steady, and that makes her trustworthy. His words are cold yet strange, almost as if they hide a compliment. Then his tone changes again as he warns her not to show kindness to those rats because they are sneaky and dangerous. She blinks, not understanding why he is telling her this. He steps closer until she can feel his breath on her face. His hand moves up as he touches her cheek gently, saying that he wants her to stay here for a long time, to become part of the torture chamber. His words send a chill down her spine. She stands frozen, terrified, wondering what exactly he means. When his fingers brush against her lips, he adds in a low voice that if any of those cunning rats ever make her bleed, even a single drop, it would break his heart. She stares at him in disbelief, trying to understand the meaning behind his twisted affection. Inside her mind, she repeats his name, the Vampire of Campton. That is what everyone calls him, the bloodthirsty monster who rules this place. She wonders if he plans to drink her blood too, but she convinces herself he would not, because her blood, as someone from a common family, must be too filthy and materialistic for someone like him to desire. Forcing a smile on her face, she thanks him politely for his concern, saying that thanks to him, she no longer has to worry about the hospital bills. She praises him for being generous and kind, though her words drip with sarcasm hidden beneath calm politeness. Then she bends down to gather the dirty sheets from the floor and puts them back in the laundry basket. Holding it tightly, she says that the mailman is about to arrive, so she will take her leave first. Before going, she bows slightly in front of him and walks away. As she leaves the room, she can feel his stare burning into her back, but she keeps walking with her head down. Once she turns the corner and disappears from his sight, she finally exhales a deep breath. Her heart beats fast as she tells herself it was a really close call. Even the revolutionaries, no matter how cruel, never brought women into the torture chambers. She cannot understand why this man keeps singling her out. As a spy, she knows her main duty is to stay unnoticed, to blend in perfectly with the other maids so that no one suspects her. But somehow, everything keeps going wrong whenever he appears. Evening soon arrives. The mailman looks at his watch and realizes it is almost time to leave when Sally comes running toward him, calling for him to wait. She is panting heavily, out of breath, and he chuckles, saying she is a little late today. Catching her breath, she explains that the captain called her earlier, and that's why she got delayed. He nods, takes a letter from her hand, and while tucking it into his coat, asks kindly how her mother's tuberculosis is doing. She replies with a small smile that her mother's condition has improved and that soon she will be transferred to a better hospital. She says she wanted to share the good news with her. The mailman smiles and tells her that is wonderful and everything will turn out fine. But then he warns her not to be late again, saying that even if she has a reason, she should be careful. Before he can say more, a loud voice calls out her name sharply from behind. Both of them freeze, terrified. The mailman quickly says goodbye and walks away, whispering that she should not be late next time. Sally slowly turns around and finds the captain standing there. Trying to steady her voice, she asks politely if he is heading out somewhere. He nods and says he has a prior engagement. From his uniform, she can tell it is an official mission, not a personal visit. He steps closer again, his gaze fixed on her face, and says that before leaving, there is something he has been meaning to ask. She looks at him nervously, wondering why he would be interested in an ordinary maid like her. Then he looks straight into her eyes and asks softly if she has ever been to Abington Beach when she was younger. Now at night, she lies on her bed and thinks it has been a tough day. Everywhere she went, it felt like Leon here, Leon there, and on top of that, those stupid eyes. The scene shifts to a backstory where a man tells Grace they need to infiltrate Winston Street and extract information. She resists and says stop. She cannot go to Winston Street. The man replies he does not want to ask his fiancée to do this either, but he knows why. He is the leader of the Blanchard Revolutionary Army, and he believes his leadership must set an example. Little Jimmy stands up and touches her face. He tells her he loves her and says he knows this mission is really dangerous for her. He hates sending her out there as much as she can imagine. Then he hugs her and says there is no one more suited for this job than her. It is for the greater good, he says. Just hang in there a little longer and do not worry. Their fellow revolutionaries will be his eyes, and if she is even in danger, they will come running. If she succeeds in this mission, their trust in her will grow. Grace hugs him back and tells him she understands. Deep down, she thinks Jimmy must remember that even a small crack can bring everything crashing down. While lying on her bed, Grace looks worried and covers her eyes with her hands. She thinks she should contact Jimmy again. It is too dangerous for her to stay here any longer. Then she wonders if she should send the money she extorted from Leon today as military funds while she is at it. She turns on her bed and decides she will drop by Madame Benoit's cafe on her way to the post office. It has been a while and treating herself to a café au lait and a slice of cake sounds nice. She closes her eyes and goes into a memory from her past. Her brother Jonathan, who is 4 years older than her, was her steadfast comrade and family, at least until he chose love over the Revolutionary Army. One day her brother leaves her, telling her that from now on he is going to leave for his family. Grace tries to stop him, asking what he is talking about. She tells him their family is the Revolutionary Army and asks if he plans to abandon his lifelong comrades for someone else. Jonathan frees his hand from hers and says, "Using someone you love like a pawn on a chessboard is not what family does." He looks worried as he says he cannot raise his children the way their father did. He will not treat his wife like he did either. Grace, with worry on her face, tells him it was just an infiltration mission, someone she had to use as a revolutionary. Jonathan shouts at her, saying one day she will understand why she has never been acknowledged despite being the daughter of the man she admired so much. Grace looks stunned and the memory ends. Now back to the present. Grace suddenly opens her eyes as she hears footsteps approaching. She thinks that if he works here, he should know all the maids in the annex have quit, which means the person knows she is staying here alone. She wonders who it could be. She gets out of bed and begins walking toward the door, thinking the footsteps stop and then start again. Is he in front of the door? After a moment, on the other side of the door, Leon tells her to open the door. She gets terrified and wonders what he is doing at this hour and how he knew she was up. They say he has animal-like instincts and she will need to be more careful from now on. She opens the door and Leon looks at her and says hello. She says good evening, Captain, and asks if he is here late and if there is something he needs. He becomes silent for a moment and then replies that he needs her, which makes her shocked and confused. Then he says he has done his job, so she should do hers. Grace, trying to look away, asks what he needs exactly. He tells her that the cleaning is not finished yet. He is talking about the office she needs to finish cleaning. Grace becomes confused, thinking, is he saying he came all the way here in the middle of the night because he was not satisfied with the office cleaning? How very impressive of him. He says he cannot stand leaving things unfinished. She tells him she will change her clothes quickly and come down. He continues to stare at her face and she becomes more confused. Then he says he is curious about what kind of clothes she is changing into. After that, he begins to touch her and she asks him what he is doing. He comes closer and says she always wears this outfit when she is working, but now she says she needs to change clothes. He wonders if she is preparing something special for him. She becomes embarrassed and says she was so busy all day that she forgot to change and must have dozed off like this. She was just taking a break and thought she should tidy up her appearance, so she needs to gather her cleaning tools and will be down as quickly as she can. He replies all right and says he will go down first. It is late, so she should hurry. She replies yes, understood. After he leaves, Grace rests against the door, trying to catch her breath. Then she quickly goes to a cupboard and opens a drawer. Given the situation, she thinks that if she notices even the slightest hint of something unusual, she will need to put a sleeping pill into his drink. She loads her gun and thinks to herself, if things go out of hand. A few hours ago, at the Grand Duchy of Aldrich, someone announces the arrival of Captain Leon. He enters the grand room where an old man waits, watching him with sharp eyes. The old man remarks that Leon must be very busy if someone usually so punctual is arriving late. He says a captain who treats every occasion like a battlefield must be truly overwhelmed. Leon answers politely, saying something like that, though inside he thinks about the old man's words, amused by how easily he calls him a loyal military dog. If his mother heard that, she would be furious. Just then, someone announces that Lady Rosalind has arrived. Leon quietly tells himself that finally she makes her entrance, his dreadfully boring fiancée-to-be, Lady Rosalind Aldrich. Later, the party begins. Laughter fills the air as wine flows, but Rosalind sits beside him in the carriage, saying she does not like alcohol. She tells him that her father once said the glass used to drink is as important as the drink itself, that even the finest liquor loses its flavor in a poor glass. But if she does not enjoy alcohol, she wonders aloud, does it matter what kind of glass it is served in? Leon glances at her, slightly impressed. He had thought she was dull, but her words show more spirit than expected. He reflects that a noble family, drowning in debt, and a house seeking a title, how pitiful to be caught in the middle. He assures her that she will not have to smell alcohol tonight. When he calls her Your Grace, she gently tells him he may call her Rosaline. Leon studies her, but his thoughts drift unexpectedly toward Grace, the maid who never leaves his mind. He becomes tense, wondering what spell that woman has cast on him. Even the sight of the most glamorous women never stirred him. Yet the memory of that blood-scented maid makes his pulse race. He silently asks himself what Sally Bristol truly means to him. That evening, music fills the hall. A pianist performs while the guests dine. The chef announces their meal, inviting everyone to enjoy. Leon and Rosalind sit across from each other at the long table. She breaks the silence and asks how his work has been, hoping she is not taking away his rest. He replies that thanks to her company, he finally feels like he can breathe. Rosalind smiles faintly, saying it seems they still do not know much about each other. As he drinks his wine, Leon thinks she is probably not asking out of curiosity. What could a noblewoman possibly find interesting about a soldier who spends his days hunting rebels? The only truth he could tell her would sound like horror. The sound of pulling out fingernails. The thought makes his mind drift again, back to the moment he broke Grace's nail. He wonders what kind of sound escaped her then, remembering how strong she was even through pain. Rosalind interrupts his thoughts, saying she has heard that unlike their army, the rebels train women too. Leon stiffens slightly and answers in his mind that yes, they do, but their so-called training is nothing more than using women for their commander's pleasure. Aloud, he tells her it is not something a noble lady should hear about. It is a matter of life and death. She apologizes, saying she was not thinking, but she still does not understand what kind of world the rebels dream of that makes them willing to die for it. Leon's mind slips back to his childhood. His father once told him that his grandfather used to dream of a new world, one where power came from wealth, not noble birth. His father had called his grandfather a foolish man who abandoned the royal family and threw away his title for that dream. He had promised to fix everything and regain the title of Count. Returning to the present, dessert is served. Leon warns Rosalind the dish is hot and asks her to wait a moment before eating. She looks surprised and admits she has heard rumors that he is terrifying, yet he is far kinder than she expected. Leon's mind once again betrays him, pulling him toward the memory of Grace. She once told him that he was generous and kind. Now, hearing the same words from Rosalind, he feels something twist inside. Twice in one day, he has been called kind, by two women who see only what he allows them to see. He thinks bitterly that Grace had said those words while hiding contempt behind her eyes. She acts respectful, yet something in her gaze burns with challenge. She is a fox pretending to be harmless. His thoughts grow darker. He wonders how far he must push her before her mask finally breaks. What would it take for her to stop pretending, to reveal what lies beneath that calm face? He imagines her mask shattering, her composure falling away, and for a brief moment he feels a dangerous thrill, but he catches himself, pressing the thought down before it overtakes him. The night passes, and later, Leon sits alone in his office. The candles burn low, and the air is heavy with the scent of smoke and paper. A stain of imported ink spreads across the carpet, and he stares at it without concern. Then, the door opens quietly, and Grace enters. He looks up with a faint smile, saying she is finally here. His voice carries a strange amusement. She is later than he expected, and he says she must have prepared something special for tonight. Grace freezes for a moment when she hears his voice, her mind shaking as she asks quietly, "Pardon?" Leon only smiles, the curve of his mouth sharp and unreadable, and replies that he is just joking, and that they should simply continue their usual work. She tries to understand why he is doing this to her, why he keeps circling around her reactions as if studying each tiny movement. Holding a metal bucket in her hands, she gathers herself and tells him she was in a rush earlier and forgot the sparkling water, so she will step outside to bring it. At the same time, she reminds herself that she must prepare the sedative in advance, just in case matters worsen. She bows in front of him, intending to excuse herself properly, and tells him she will be right back. But he interrupts her. His voice slices through the air as he says there is no need, that she should come closer instead. She tries to walk away anyway, but his gaze fixes on her and he repeats himself, asking if she did not hear him the first time. His tone makes her go speechless. Fear crawls across her skin. She forces her legs to move toward him, even though her body tells her to run. She approaches slowly, her breath trembling until she stops in front of him. Then he tells her to get up, here, and she stares at him, confused, not understanding what he means. Her eyes follow the direction of his gesture, and when they land on his lap, panic strikes her so sharply she loses her breath. He watches her reaction with amused curiosity and asks why she looks so shocked. Was she planning to climb up there? His words make her stomach twist. Then he points at the ceiling instead and says that place is too dusty. She looks upward and thinks bitterly to herself that if he wants her to clean the ceiling, he could simply say so. She gathers herself again and tells him that dust will fall, so he should wait on the sofa for a moment. She moves toward the table, places her foot on it, and begins to climb. Behind her, he tells her to do the cleaning without letting any dust fall, as if such a thing is even possible. Part of her wonders how a man can speak with such authority even about nonsense. When she steadies herself, he raises his hand as though meaning to help her, but instead, he silently stares at her legs, the smirk on his face deepening. Suddenly, Grace stiffens as Leon's hand wraps around her ankle, his grip firm enough to make her flinch. He begins to touch the sole of her foot with slow, deliberate intent, making her feel something close to revulsion. While she tries to keep her balance, he casually asks what she plans to do with the money he gave her. She struggles to speak, but manages to say she planned to send it for her mother's hospital bills. Her voice is shaky, her breath uneven, but she forces the answer out. He studies her closely and says she should leave out enough money for a pair of stockings. Confused, she looks down and suddenly notices what he has done. Her stocking is torn. Her chest tightens. She feels the heat rushing to her face as she tries not to gasp. He lifts the ripped fabric slightly and tells her there is already a hole, so she was going to throw it away anyway. He simply saved her the trouble. His tone is infuriatingly calm. She fights the urge to shout at him, knowing she cannot afford to be reckless. He tells her to continue cleaning. She turns away and focuses on the chandelier, telling herself silently, "Bastard, pervert, degenerate, eat the dust." Below her, he murmurs something she cannot fully hear. When she asks what he said, he replies lightly that he was only talking to himself. In his thoughts, he examines the details he glimpses, confirming things he had imagined earlier. His mind wanders with a kind of cold fascination that makes her skin crawl. Her own thoughts are interrupted when she finally says she is done. He helps her step down, and she moves to clean the carpet next. His eyes follow every movement she makes, her face, her arms, her legs, never looking away, always measuring her reactions. She tells herself to endure just a little more. When she stands and announces she has finished, she asks if there is anything else. He tells her that her hand is red. She looks down and notices the blood smeared across her skin. He gestures toward the ashtray and says that once she takes care of it, she can go. She tells herself to finish quickly so she can leave. But as soon as she reaches for the ashtray, her breath catches in her throat. What she sees makes her drop it. The ashtray hits the floor and shatters, and a piece of broken glass cuts her cheek. Her heart pounds violently. She whispers to herself, "This man is insane." Leon looks at her and asks why she seems so shocked, wondering aloud if she has never seen such a thing before. She stares at his face, trying to read whether he did it intentionally, showing himself just to watch how she would react. Grace curses her fiancé in her mind. Is this really what she must endure for the so-called greater good, seeing the enemy in such humiliating circumstances? Leon repeats her earlier words about being willing to do anything if the captain desires it, and the repetition sends chills through her. She never wanted him to remember that sentence. He rises slowly from his seat. She senses danger immediately and knows she must get away before things go further. She turns quickly, saying that she has finished cleaning and will take her leave now. But before she can take another step, his hand catches her from behind. His grip is firm, locking her in place. His voice lowers as he asks whether she realizes how curious he has become about what anything truly means. Her breath falters, and the room's air thickens with fear. Leon grabs Grace's face and forces it toward him, holding her so tightly she cannot pull away. His fingers press against her lips, and before she can react, he pushes them past her mouth. She gasps in shock, the air trapped in her throat as he studies her expression with unsettling amusement. He comments lightly, as if observing something ordinary, saying the entrance feels tight and the inside is warm. His tone makes her tremble. She cannot even breathe properly. Grace's eyes widen as he finally pulls his fingers out, the sensation leaving her shaking. He watches her struggle for breath, but there is a smile on his face, a slow curl of satisfaction. Then his voice sharpens as he demands her answer. Has this filthy mouth of hers ever taken something like that before? His words strike her like a slap. Before she can reply, he shoves her away. She falls to the floor, her palms hitting the carpet, pain spreading up her arms. He looms over her, repeating the question. Grace shakes her head desperately, unable to speak through the trembling in her chest. He seems amused by her reaction, as if he has finally confirmed something. He smiles to himself, thinking she must really be inexperienced. If she had a past like that, she would not be this frightened. She lowers her face, her breath sharp and uneven, tears gathering as she bites her lip. Crazy bastard, she curses him silently. One day, when the monarchy collapses, she will be there to watch them take everything from him. They will drag him to a guillotine, and she will make sure they slice that arrogance off first. He steps closer. She stiffens, bracing for something worse, but instead, he crouches and takes out a handkerchief. His expression shifts into something unreadable as he wipes her cheek. He tells her she is bleeding. She blinks, confused, and then remembers the glass shard from earlier. The gentleness of his hand contrasts sharply with the violence of his actions moments ago, and she cannot understand what he truly wants. But the moment of strange calm vanishes. His hand moves beneath her skirt, and he pulls out the small gun hidden there. Grace's heart stops. Terror floods her limbs, cold and sudden. She forces herself not to react, whispering silently to herself to stay calm or everything will be ruined. He holds the gun up, examining it closely, then looks at her with narrowed eyes. His voice turns dangerously soft as he asks what this is. Grace's mind races, but she manages to reply that her fiancé gave it to her. The more she speaks, the tighter the knot in her chest becomes. Leon scoffs. Why would her fiancé give her something forbidden? What kind of man is he? A thug from the alleys? Someone who crawls in the dark to arm her with illegal weapons? Grace shakes her head, forcing herself to defend Jimmy. She tells Leon he is not like that. He is a good man. She explains that because she works in the torture room, he only wanted to protect her. It is dangerous here, and Jimmy worried for her safety. She admits she knows the weapon is forbidden, but Leon cuts her off. His voice is cold enough to freeze breath. So Jimmy thought she was in danger? Then what about him, the man who is putting her in danger right now? Grace cannot answer. Leon lifts the gun slowly, raising it until the barrel points at his own head. His eyes stay locked on hers as he asks, almost too calmly, whether she planned to shoot him too. The question hangs in the air, sharp enough to steal the ground from beneath her feet. She answers him with a steady yes, and the moment she does, he raises the gun again, pointing it directly at her as if testing her resolve. He tells her that if she shoots him, he will not die peacefully, and she already knows that. She holds her breath and replies that if she is going to die anyway, she would rather face that end while staying true to her beliefs. Her voice trembles, but her eyes refuse to waver. Leon studies her for a long moment before the edge of a smile forms on his lips. He says he never truly planned to kill her, but she is surprisingly cold. Grace stares back at him, anger burning quietly beneath her fear. To herself, she thinks with disgust that he plans to violate her whenever he feels like it, yet says he will let her live, as if granting her a favor. How generous he must think he is. What does he expect next? An apology for trying to kill such a merciful master. He lifts the gun again and murmurs that maybe he should stir things up with this. She stiffens. Cold dread spreads through her body as he drags the weapon slowly along her side, letting the metal trace the outline of her figure. She wonders if it feels too small to him, or too sharp, or too narrow, anything that might distract him long enough for her to escape. Her mind races. She needs to get out of here quickly. Suddenly, her eyes fill with tears. Her voice breaks as she cries that if she is kicked out, her mother's hospital bills will go unpaid. She cannot let that happen, and she apologizes desperately, calling him captain. His expression shifts instantly. He tells her to stop crying and get out. She blinks in confusion as he studies her face, and to himself, he thinks she looks like a mouse who suddenly spotted an opportunity. She steps back, still trembling, and asks softly if he is firing her. She holds on to his coat as if her life depends on the answer. He looks at her hand and says she really cannot afford to lose this job, can she? Then he tells her he is not firing her, so she should leave when he tells her to. He keeps the gun, saying he will confiscate it, and she hurriedly agrees before turning to run out of the room. He sits back down in his chair, watching the door close behind her. Even the taste she left on his mouth lingers, and it irritates him that he let her go on purpose for the thrill of the chase. Yet somehow it feels like she escaped the trap on her own. Fine, he thinks, let her run as fast as she can. But then a different annoyance settles in his chest. Why does he keep thinking of her? He wonders to himself whether Sally is even her real name. He looks at the gun she carried and the blood-stained handkerchief on the table. Even if the brown hair is fake, those turquoise eyes could not belong to the simple maid she pretends to be. She is a fox pretending to look harmless, and he wants to rip that false mask off her and see what she has been hiding underneath. His imagination stirs again, pulling him into a darker place. He sees her pinned beneath him, all her obedient manners gone, replaced by raw fury as she curses him. He imagines trapping her, pushing her past every wall she hides behind, forcing her to reveal every secret expression she keeps buried. He even wonders if, in a moment of helplessness, her anger would burn the same way as that other girl long ago. In his mind, he leans close to her, ignoring her threats, ignoring her struggles, pushing the scene further and further until she begs him to stop, not out of obedience, but out of desperation. The intensity of the thought overtakes him until he finally exhales, pulling himself back to reality. He leans into his chair again, his voice drops into a whisper meant only for himself, as he wonders aloud if she finds it annoying when someone acts too kind. If she truly wants to punish someone, then there must be a proper crime. So why doesn't she do something a bit worse, he mutters. Why does she not act like the bad girl he keeps seeing behind her mask, so he can give her the punishment she deserves? The next morning arrives bright and clear, and Grace rides her bicycle through town, moving steadily along the path she follows every day. She passes the post office, parks her bicycle, and steps inside. As soon as she enters, the director greets her politely, and she returns the greeting with a smile before asking about Peter. The director explains that Peter is stuck at the station because the mail train is delayed, and even if she wants to see him, she will have to wait a little longer. She giggles softly, says she understands, and walks deeper into the post office. Inside, she heads toward her corner and thinks quietly about the director's assumption. She wonders why he said she wants to see Peter so badly and worries he might actually believe it. She decides she must act a little colder from now on, because if small misunderstandings start turning into rumors, they might spread to Jimmy as well, and that would be troublesome. She takes a slow breath and begins dialing a long-distance call. The operator picks up and asks where she wants to be connected. Grace answers calmly that she wants the Crawford 1499 line in Brayton and identifies herself as Blackburn from Halewood. The operator tells her to hold for a moment. Grace waits with growing nervousness, tapping her fingers gently as she urges the call to go through. She tells herself to stay calm, yet she feels impatient because she has so much she wants to say to Jimmy. Meanwhile, Jimmy sits inside his office when the phone rings. He picks it up and identifies the number as Crawford 1499 from Brayton. The operator tells him he has a long-distance call from Blackburn in Halewood. The moment he hears Halewood, he freezes because that is where Grace is. He wonders nervously if this is a withdrawal request, but he tells the operator to connect the call immediately. As soon as the line connects, Jimmy hears Grace's voice saying she wants to go home and that her employer is behaving strangely. He reminds her that she already knew he was unusual. She replies that this time it is truly strange. Jimmy sounds annoyed and asks why she is complaining like a child. She insists she is not complaining and reminds him of everything she told him before coming here. Jimmy tells her he remembers but argues she has not been fired yet and they still need her mission. Grace then tells him that yesterday Leon tried to assault her. Jimmy becomes instantly shocked and furious, demanding to know what she means. She continues explaining that Leon caught her hiding something under her skirt as well, yet still did not fire her, and the whole thing feels too strange. Jimmy silently questions whether Leon is really making a move on her, because their information always stated that he hated dealing with women. He forces himself to calm down and tells her that if she looks at it differently, this might even be a good sign, because it means Leon trusts her enough to let her stay. Despite the suspicious item, Grace becomes upset and argues that this is not trust. It is a sign that things are getting dangerous. She insists Jimmy does not understand how unstable the situation is. Jimmy finally becomes irritated and tells her to stay with a friend for now. He says he will talk to the leader and call her back after hearing that Grace hangs up. Later, she sits quietly inside a train, thinking about what Jimmy said. She knows that when he told her to stay at a friend's place, he really meant that she should go to Winsford's safe house while the senior members discuss her case. She wonders what Jimmy is thinking now, 5 hours away. She wonders if he is worried about his fiancée who was almost assaulted, and whether he is trying to come up with a plan to rescue her from Leon's grasp. Her face shows sadness as she remembers his earlier words about this being a sign of trust. But as she thinks, she knows deep down that neither trust nor safety is present in this situation. Her small gift suddenly slips off her lap and falls to the floor. She bends to pick it up, telling herself quietly that Leon is acting completely different from the intelligence the revolutionary forces gave them. According to all the reports, Leon's work methods were dirty and cruel. Yet when it came to his private affairs, he supposedly preferred everything extremely clean, almost to the point where people thought something about him was abnormal. But the Leon she faces every day is unpredictable, impossible to read, and behaving in ways she did not expect. She did not call Jimmy expecting that she would be able to retreat right away. She only wanted to hear his voice and hoped he would ask her if she was okay. As she sits lost in thought, an old woman sitting across from her suddenly speaks, asking if Grace can believe that 10 years ago, everything along this land used to be open fields, full of grass and sheep and apple orchards. Her husband, she says, used to work in those orchards. Grace listens politely and thinks to herself that she has heard this story before. The landlord had cut down all the apple trees a decade ago and sold the land to an automotive parts corporation at a higher price. The old woman continues talking softly, explaining that after the factory was built, the workers began getting sick inside those windowless rooms. Grace listens quietly until the train reaches another station. She looks outside and thinks about how the closer she gets to the big city, the more visible the divide between the wealthy and the poor becomes. The rich gather more wealth, while the poor struggle just to survive. As she steps off the train, she notices a small boy asking passersby for help. His clothes are worn and he looks hungry. She walks toward him and gently gives him some money. The boy stares at her in shock, asking what she wants him to do for it. She smiles softly and tells him she wants nothing. He should go buy something tasty for himself. As she watches him run happily toward a food stall, she tells herself that the revolution must succeed. A world where everyone is treated equally is necessary. She continues walking through the streets and catches her reflection in a mirror. She pauses for a moment as a memory flashes in her mind. She sees herself as a child lying on a bed while her mother sits beside her, telling her not to grow up and not to be pretty because she does not want men staring at her. The memory fades, and Grace returns to the present, walking down the narrow street. From a distance, inside a parked car, someone is watching her quietly. And that someone is none other than Leon himself. Leon sits in the car beside Lieutenant Colonel Humphrey from the intelligence agency, and the older man talks with a casual tone as he mentions that Harris's face must be quite a sight by now, the kind that grows thinner every day, so thin that he may turn into skin and bones if this continues. Leon replies that a little weight loss can be healthy, although the lieutenant snorts and says weight loss will not help a man whose days are numbered, because simply being exposed as a rebel spy is enough to shatter any commander's position. And now that the supply convoy heading toward Govan is ambushed by rebels, the remaining time Harris has with his head still attached is even shorter. Leon listens quietly, wondering if he can still treat this as someone else's problem, because information is leaking constantly, and if there truly is a rat hidden under his command, then he must find it and bury it before the higher-ups do, even if the chance is small. He thinks that he needs a full report on all recent activities within the Domestic Intelligence Division, as well as the soldiers stationed at the annex, but his thoughts freeze immediately when he suddenly spots Grace standing in the crowd outside, moving between people as if she does not belong there at all. He stares sharply, shocked by the sight of her, wondering why she is here, because she has no reason to be wandering in this district. The lieutenant notices the way Leon's eyes narrow and asks him what he is staring at with such intensity, teasingly asking if Leon has found a pretty woman out there. Leon quickly replies no, although Humphrey continues, warning him that he hopes Leon takes care of himself because he does not want to end up like Harris, and he should be wary of beautiful women, since there were men in their time who lost their lives to sly blonde foxes who pretended innocence while hiding razor-teethed intentions. For a moment, the two men look at each other in silence, a brief tension passing before the lieutenant turns his face away and says that regardless, this woman they are hunting, that little riddle, may be dead, but he believes catching her daughter and making an example out of her is the only way her father can rest peacefully above. Leon lowers his gaze and speaks to himself quietly, thinking of Little Riddle, the mysterious woman whose real name, age, and appearance have never been confirmed. He imagines that if she truly takes after her mother, she would have pale hair and hazel eyes and the same sharp smile filled with ruthless cunning. For all they know, she might be selling herself in some hidden place just to collect information like her mother once did. Leon vows silently that he will catch her and tear apart every layer she hides behind until she can no longer deceive anyone. The scene shifts to Grace standing beside a wide window, holding a warm cup of coffee while a woman next to her happily eats a slice of cake, saying it is the best thing she has tasted in years and wishing there were a shop like this near her neighborhood. Grace answers with a gentle smile that they always place orders from this shop whenever the Winston estate hosts events. The woman then asks about Fred and whether he is doing well, and Grace replies that he is fine, although the woman admits she worries because Fred is clueless and stubborn and only ended up in this position due to their father's insistence. Grace becomes worried, asking again if Fred is okay, and the woman reassures her that he is safe because the elite squad was deployed and he is staying at the safe house in Belford. Grace excuses herself and walks toward the sofa, asking to use the phone because she wants to hear Fred's voice. The woman reminds her that long-distance calls are expensive, so she should keep it short. Grace begins dialing the number, and when someone finally receives it, she says it is her and asks how he is feeling. Fred on the other end answers calmly that he is fine and thanks her for worrying. Grace responds that of course she worries because he is practically family, but then he asks her in a low voice if she is playing the role of the devil's mistress. Grace freezes, completely shocked, asking him what he means. The man clarifies by wondering whether the order came from above, and she becomes confused, thinking that such a command from the higher-ups, especially one involving her fiancé, cannot possibly be real. Then Fred asks if she is still in contact with Joe. Grace stiffens, startled by the name that has not been spoken among their comrades since he left, since everyone believes he is a traitor. She wonders why they are suddenly searching for him and what is happening behind the scenes. Fred then tells her to leave immediately and go to Joe right now and not to return. Before she can ask anything, the call cuts, leaving her shaken and confused. The phone rings again almost instantly, and this time it is Jimmy's voice that she recognizes. He apologizes and tells her that the withdrawal request was placed on hold and she has been given a new mission. She tells him to just explain, and he begins by saying he loves her, that his feelings have not changed. Grace replies that she knows and that for the sake of the Revolutionary Army she would gladly sacrifice anything, so he does not need a long speech. Jimmy then tells her that Leon sees her as a woman and they need to use that. Grace trembles and asks if he is joking, insisting that he cannot give her such an order, not even if it came from their superiors. Jimmy says it is a real opportunity and that he is not asking her to sleep with Leon, only to charm him. Grace becomes furious, asking if anything short of that is considered acceptable, and Jimmy tries to reason with her, saying their work is uglier, dirtier, and more humiliating than she imagines, and sacrifices are necessary. She asks sharply if her sacrifice is to dress up and wag her tail, and he responds that others in the revolutionary forces lose their lives every day, and compared to them, she is in a better position. He reminds her again that he loves her and will come running if she is in danger. The woman calls Grace from across the room, and Grace hurriedly tells Jimmy she has to go, explaining that she needs to return before the trams stop running. She ends the call and soon she is outside again, walking through the twilight streets, thinking bitterly about this so-called honey trap. She believes there is no way their revolutionary forces would stoop to such tactics, so something must be wrong, and she wonders again whether that order truly came from above. After a while, she reaches a building and stands in front of the counter, holding an envelope, asking to send money home even though Jimmy told her not to return it. She thinks that she will do what she wants, because if the money helps his family have a peaceful holiday, it will be more meaningful than using it to charm a man. She steps back into the cold rain that begins pouring heavily through the night, hurrying toward the mansion because she needs to wash up before her shift. But when she reaches her room, she notices a package hanging on her doorknob, and when she opens it and sees the contents, she remembers Leon once telling her there was a hole that needed replacing and enough money to buy stockings. Her heart sinks, and irritation and helplessness rise within her as she whispers for him to stop doing this to her. The scene shifts to a lavish party, lights shimmering over the cabaret where Leon sits beside Lieutenant Colonel Humphrey from the intelligence agency. The lieutenant leans in, whispering that the woman on stage with black hair is Kitty Hayes, and she is not someone just anyone can take for themselves. If Leon were interested, they would step aside, he adds, mentioning that the cabaret owner owes them a favor. Leon thanks him politely, shaking his head, saying he has no interest tonight and will pass. Humphrey presses a cigarette between his lips and tells him not to be so upright, reminding him that a steamy night does not always end badly. He nudges Leon playfully, asking if he has any interest at all. Leon scans the crowd and suddenly notices a girl moving between tables, her head lowered as she serves customers. Something about her draws his attention. Her posture is hesitant, almost sad. He stands and mutters that he needs a moment to visit the restroom, then moves through the crowd toward her. The girl is carrying a tray, and when Leon reaches her, he holds out a small package from the tray. She looks up at him with surprise and a polite thank you. Leon asks her softly if she has a lover, and she shakes her head. He hands her a small amount of money, simply commenting that it seems that way. Later, they are in a quiet room, away from the noise of the cabaret. The girl looks uneasy, her eyes flicking nervously toward Leon as he sits in front of her. He instructs her to remove her clothing, leaving only her stockings, and she complies, unbuttoning her shirt carefully, her movements slow and deliberate. Leon watches her silently, thinking to himself that it is difficult to grow faith and love in a place built on poverty. As she continues removing each piece of clothing, he reflects that a heart built on such flimsy foundations can collapse at even the slightest pressure, whether of money or power. When the girl finally completes the task, she tells him that she is done, and Leon rises, approaching her with a hint of sternness in his posture. She flinches and asks why he moves closer, and he simply smirks, thinking that a woman of no particular significance is just as dispensable as any maid. He briefly pricks his thumb, letting a small drop of blood appear, and then gestures toward her with it. He muses that a woman who despises him and resents his power should be enough to keep her cautious. She swallows hard, trying to steady herself, aware that his thoughts are always unpredictable and his presence overwhelming. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, Grace is alone in the bath. She muses quietly to herself that Leon will not be back for a few days due to the governor's operation, and as the person in charge here, she must make sure the hot water is functioning properly. With the boiler broken on a chilly day, bathing in cold water could make her ill, and she has not yet completed her mission. She remembers her fiancé Jimmy's advice about being seen as a woman and taking advantage of appearances, and she considers it as she immerses herself in the warm water. At the same time, she entertains a riskier thought. Perhaps she could spread a false rumor about an affair, knowing that Mrs. de Winston would not tolerate a scandal involving a maid, and if handled carefully, she might create leverage without compromising her mission. Grace steps out of the water to catch her breath, reflecting that this strategy is reminiscent of how she used to live in a house with such luxuries. After her parents passed and her brother left, she had no choice but to leave the estate in the hands of fellow revolutionaries, reminding herself that the house ultimately belongs to the Revolutionary Army. Her thoughts are interrupted by a sudden voice asking if she is comfortable. She looks up startled and sees Leon standing there, watching her. Her pulse quickens as he approaches, commenting that Miss Sally Bristol is more aloof than Lady Aldrich and more haughty than Kitty Hayes, and yet here she is, in a bath and naked. Leon unbuttons his shirt as he speaks, teasing whether Christmas has come early. Grace freezes, speechless, her thoughts spinning. Leon notices her staring at her own underwear and offers her a candy, saying he bought it while thinking of her. Grace is momentarily confused, wondering why he would say something so personal. It seems like a comment only couples would share. Leon, watching her reaction, feels a flicker of curiosity and intrigue, noting silently to himself that she provokes a reaction with the simplest gestures, even something as small as a candy in her mouth. Seeing her shiver in the water, he offers to warm her up, but she turns her face and refuses, keeping her composure. He lightly plays with her hair, his other hand resting near the edge of the bathtub, observing her carefully. She asks if he can step out briefly so she can get dressed, trying to regain some control over the situation. He tosses the candies into the water, apologizing that his hand slipped, though the gesture is clearly deliberate. He leans slightly, teasing that he is curious about the taste of the candy and suggests that they will just have to share it. Leon begins to touch her, and Grace immediately recoils, her body tensing as she asks sharply what he is doing, insisting that he should not touch her like that. She knows she was wrong for using his bathtub without permission, but that does not give him the right to handle her in such a way, and she struggles to pull away, feeling a mixture of fear and indignation, while Leon watches her carefully, commenting that they are pink, which makes her furious as she snaps that he should never assume anything about her body, her voice trembling slightly with both anger and apprehension. Suddenly, without warning, he removes the drain from the bathtub and asks her if she does not want to check how quickly the water is draining. And Grace, feeling completely humiliated, tries to cover herself as best she can, her cheeks burning with embarrassment, while he continues to stare at her, prompting her to admit hesitantly that he is right, that they are pink, which makes him smile slightly at her reluctant confession, and she angrily tells him that since she admitted it, he should hurry up and return the drain, but Leon simply throws the cover away, saying that he never promised to give it back. Grace, confused and frustrated, asks what it is that he wants from her, and he replies vaguely, asking whether he should join her in the bathtub, and in his mind, he wonders if she would retreat to a corner, try to stand up, or attempt to escape. But he figures probably neither will work, because he is already prepared to pull her closer, pin her gently to the floor, and ask if she is hurt, expecting her to hesitate, torn between saying something and staying silent. But he knows that none of that truly matters to him, because all he wants is to experience her in that moment, and he imagines himself approaching her, calculating once, twice, 3 times, thinking about going as deep as he can, just to know fully if her insides are as warm as the bath water surrounding her. Back in reality, he reaches toward her again, and Grace resists immediately, spilling some water on his face as she struggles, and he chuckles lightly, saying that is exactly what he wants to happen, but that he is trying his best to hold back, observing her furious expression and thinking that she is indeed a good girl, while Grace, glaring at him, mutters to herself that he calls this holding back, but he does not even know the meaning of restraint. She reflects bitterly that she is really disappointed in him, thinking that she never imagined he would do something as terrible as attempting to assault her, especially when he is engaged to the Lady of the Grand Duchy, so why is he doing this to her? He tells her that she should tell him directly, which only confuses her further, and suddenly he grabs her feet and pulls her leg closer to his face, explaining that he never had any real interest in joining bodies in a messy way, but every time he sees her, he gets excited, and that bothers him, so she should answer why he reacts this way around her. He leans closer and kisses her leg, murmuring to himself that this is only his instinct, but he thinks she already knows the answer, and Grace, though horrified, feels the weight of his observation pressing on her. The next day, Grace is cleaning his office while Leon continues working at his desk, and she cannot stop thinking about his words from the previous night, about how he believes she knows the answer, and she tells herself silently that his instincts were correct, that she does know the answer, and that this is truly a form of torture, pushing her to the edge of what she can tolerate, making her wish she could escape, even if it means getting herself fired. She continues dusting and organizing, her movements deliberate but tense, when Leon suddenly comments that she is being a good girl again today, and she freezes as he steps closer behind her, brushing against her stockings. He reminds her, almost casually, that those are the ones he bought for her, and she frowns, saying he does not need to touch them to know that, but he ignores her remark, letting his hand move along her leg, explaining that it is a routine body search, since she is suspected of possessing illegal items. Grace's mind races, and she hates the implication, knowing that the illegal weapon is still sitting in his desk drawer, untouched, while he asks why she has not retrieved it herself, and she replies that he confiscated it, and she cannot break the law again. Leaning his head gently against her shoulder, Leon observes that she only seems to get smarter at times like this, and just as Grace begins to breathe a little easier, someone opens the office door, announcing that the captain has something to report. Leon stiffens for a moment, feeling slightly embarrassed to be caught in this intimate position, and quickly apologizes, saying he will return later, but he then waves them off, telling the person to say what is needed, and the man hurriedly begins to explain that they have received new information regarding Jonathan Riddle Jr. Grace freezes immediately, her mind reeling as she realizes that they are talking about her brother, her heart tightening with a mix of shock, fear, and concern. Grace keeps cleaning the office carefully while Leon walks away with his subordinate, and the man reports that Jonathan Riddle Jr. received a suspicious sum of money a few days earlier, explaining that the sender used the name Holy Easter, which makes Leon pause with amusement and ask if they seriously celebrated something, and the man continues, saying the money was transferred from a post office in Winsport, Maine, and that the sender's face was partially hidden behind round black sunglasses, although she had long brown hair, fair skin, and seemed to be in her early to mid-20s. Leon frowns and asks if that is really all, clearly unimpressed, and the man apologizes, explaining that the employee who handled the money transfer could not recall anything unusual because the culprit was dressed plainly. Leon mutters that little Riddle dares to creep around his territory like a rat, and Grace feels her stomach twist as she thinks to herself how ridiculous it is that he still has no idea the rat is standing right under his nose, and she almost finds it funny how wound up he becomes over something he cannot even see. Leon asks why that rat-like woman would come to Winsford of all places, saying she would not stop here simply out of boredom, and his man suggests that maybe she is targeting the Western Command. Leon lights a cigar, blowing smoke slowly as he dismisses the idea, saying that is not possible because a woman like her would be dragged instantly if she were careless enough to send money from right in front of the operational zone. And then he orders the soldiers to keep monitoring the situation and report immediately if anyone suspicious appears. The man nods and leaves after Leon tells him he can go, and as soon as they are alone, Leon turns back toward Grace with a smile curling at the corner of his mouth while smoke drifts from his cigar. Grace continues wiping the table but then senses something behind her, and when she turns, she gets startled as Leon suddenly folds his arms around her from behind, holding her tightly, which terrifies her as she asks what he is doing, and he tells her to stay still because he is not doing anything here. He pulls out her hairband smoothly and lets her hair fall down while running his fingers through it, cupping her face afterward, thinking privately that of course she must be the type of woman who spends every day trying to slip from his grasp, and he reflects that he already investigated her background thoroughly, knowing that the entire Riddle family has brown hair and eyes ranging from hazel to salmon, so the woman seen at the post office probably dyed her hair to disguise herself. Then he looks at Grace and says that he thought maybe she would dye her hair too, and Grace becomes alarmed, wondering silently if his suspicion comes from the description of the woman who sent the money, and if that strange animal instinct he displays sometimes is actually him sensing something, so she must be extra careful. She quickly responds that he must not actually think she is the type of person who would dye her hair, and Leon's eyes drift down to her lips before he leans forward as if to kiss her, but she stops him, and he instead licks her hand, making her recoil in pure disgust. He grabs her wrist and pulls her closer, telling her confidently that he is a great kisser, and asking if she is not curious at all, whispering against her lips as he asks whether she has kissed anyone before, and when she answers no, he tells her to kiss him then, insisting she should feel honored to kiss someone who looks like a movie character. She replies that it is a nightmare for a person who does not want it, and he touches her cheek, calling her annoying, while she argues that his words and actions do not match at all and begs him to release her, saying they do not need to have this embarrassing conversation while he holds her in that position. He ignores her complaint and unbuttons her shirt slowly, admitting that even earlier he felt strange urges every time he saw her, and lately it has become so bad that he cannot even concentrate on his work because of her, but she suggests he could simply fire her or she could disappear altogether. He says there is no need to go that far, and when she asks what exactly he wants, he yanks her waist and pulls her onto his lap, making her gasp as he replies that he is looking for her body. He touches her chest through her shirt and mutters that they should do it once and get it over with, because once the mystery is gone, it will probably be far more boring than either of them imagine. And if he loses interest after that, then things will be easier for her. Grace's face heats up completely, turning bright red as she protests that she does not like such vulgar and disgusting things. Yet he hugs her tightly and asks how she can be so sure when she has never tried, saying she might even like it after the first time. She argues that this would make things even worse, and he asks why she thinks that, so she replies that he might become obsessed with her to the point he cannot think straight. Leon grins and says she is quite confident for a girl pretending to be innocent, but he could just as easily get bored of her, and Grace quickly says that she would love that, and if he ever wants to get bored of her, he only has to say so, because they can easily arrange a date that is painfully dull. The next moment, they are already on the road, sitting side by side in the car as it moves steadily through the city. Grace is dressed up for the outing, though as she glances down at her clothes, she silently thinks that if a woman dressed this poorly stands next to the dignified Leon, he would be too embarrassed to lift his head. She expects him to comment or judge, but he only mentions that he likes what she is wearing, which makes her blink in confusion. When she looks at him again, he simply repeats himself with firm ease, insisting that he genuinely likes the stocking she is wearing. It's the same stocking he bought for her. She becomes even more embarrassed, trying to hide her legs. Then, without warning, he brings up yesterday's conversation and asks her for her answer. She frowns, trying to recall what he means, and he reminds her of the moment when he said they should do it once and get it over with. She responds that she has no idea what he is referring to, and he only sighs as if she is pretending not to know. To change the subject, she asks where they are going. He replies that the destination is Winsford Dock. She asks why a dock, and he claims that there is a perfect spot there for a boring date. As he smiles to himself, she studies his expression and wonders why he looks so annoyingly pleased. She thinks that she truly needs to get fired soon because spending time with him is becoming its own exhausting task. As the car rolls forward, it passes a horse-drawn carriage. The carriage driver glances their way and smiles politely when his eyes land on Grace. Before she can process it, Leon suddenly hits the brake hard. Grace loses her balance and braces herself, startled by the abrupt stop. When she looks at him, his expression is serious, far too serious for such a small moment. They are stopped right in front of the carriage now, and the driver is still within sight. The scene then shifts to outside of the dock. Leon turns to Grace with a tone that drips with irritation, wondering aloud whether she likes him that much. He even remarks that if she wants, they can go straight to the cabin because there is room service available there. His insinuation makes her feel humiliated, and she thinks fiercely to herself that she must settle this misunderstanding today before it becomes unbearable. Now, as they are entering into the dock, a man approaches Leon with a respectful greeting and wishes him a pleasant evening. Leon hands him money casually, without hesitation or thought. Grace notices this and thinks bitterly that he throws money around carelessly like a well-fed pig who has never worried about anything in his life. The man steps aside, and Leon's staff leaves them alone. From behind, someone calls out to her, an overly cheerful voice calling her honey, and urges her to come along. Grace ignores it and follows Leon inside. Soon, they sit facing each other at a small table. Leon asks if she likes the place, and she glances around before admitting that it feels tacky. She finally sees why he brought her here, because he wants a dull environment to match what he calls a boring date. She is already feeling restless, wishing the day would end. A pianist begins to play softly on the stage, but Grace only yawns, thinking that even the music is lifeless. She wonders why the pianist has no sense of what is popular or fresh these days. When she comments on it, Leon first chuckles, then actually laughs. She stares at him, irritated and confused, wanting to know what he finds amusing. Inside his thoughts, he notes that she is wearing clothes that resemble cheap wrapping paper, yet she has the confidence to call this place tacky. The contradiction entertains him far more than he expected. He then leans forward with a playful edge and wonders what he should do because he is having so much fun watching her reactions. His amusement grows while she sits across from him, completely unaware of why he is enjoying himself so much. A waiter approaches their table with a polite bow, explaining that he will be serving the veal dish and the porterhouse they ordered. Leon turns to Grace with confusion, asking if she can really finish such heavy portions. She answers confidently that she can because she is very hungry, and when the food arrives, she immediately begins to eat with determined speed. Leon watches her with disbelief, telling her there is no need to rush because no one is coming to snatch the food from her. He advises her to slow down and enjoy the view, but she keeps eating quickly, almost like she is proving something. When she finally pauses to breathe, she thanks him for the meal with genuine relief. He is stunned that she truly ate every bite, and she takes out a handkerchief to gently clean her face because she has smudges of sauce near her lips. As she tries to wipe it away, she uses her tongue to clean the rest herself, and the sight of that motion makes him feel an uncomfortable stir of heat that he tries to ignore. A moment later, the waiter returns to offer the dessert menu. Grace announces that she wants a hazelnut mascarpone cake first, then looks at Leon and asks if he wants one too. When he says nothing, she adds that if he is not having any, she will simply order an extra piece for herself and also wants a strawberry shortcake. Leon does not bother arguing because he knows she has already made up her mind. Soon the desserts are served, filling the table with sweet aromas. Leon studies her as she eats with natural enthusiasm. He murmurs that she eats well, almost too well, because the way she moves seems to stir something in him without her even realizing it. He notices again how she acts so instinctively, doing small things that intensify his attraction without any intention. Her outfit, made of soft shades of pink, red, and brown, only fuels his restlessness. He thinks about how those colors affect him. Light pink that softens her appearance, red that reminds him of something fierce, and brown that stirs thoughts he knows he should restrain. As his imagination drifts in reckless directions, he tells himself that despite her efforts throughout the date, none of it will pay off because she still falls short of whatever expectation he secretly wanted her to meet. He declares her attempt a failure, even though he cannot fully explain why. Later, in the evening, they return to the mansion. Inside the car, Leon sighs deeply and claims he has never had a date fail so badly in his entire life. He says she should have done better and bluntly calls her a disappointment. Grace looks wounded but hides it by turning away and staring out the window. Leon adds another remark, saying that before all this, the Grand Duchess was supposed to visit today. Grace's head snaps toward him in shock. She cannot believe he went out on a date with her on the very day the Grand Duchess was scheduled to arrive. She wonders if he has completely lost his sense of priorities. The car stops, and Leon steps out first. After a moment, Grace hears the Grand Duchess scolding him loudly for his behavior. She becomes worried because the tone is harsh, but then a small hope forms in her mind. She thinks that maybe this turn of events is actually good. She imagines Mrs. Winston witnessing everything and deciding that the situation is unacceptable. If so, she might receive orders soon, perhaps something that would free her from this impossible assignment. With this thought, she plans to simply walk back inside and wait. However, the moment she steps out of the car, Leon suddenly grabs her and pulls her into his arms. She freezes as he holds her firmly and demands to know who gave her permission to leave. After that, he drags her inside the mansion with a firm grip on her wrist, and Grace struggles against him, demanding through clenched teeth that he let go of her. She mutters that Mrs. Winston will not ignore what he is doing and insists that he is in serious trouble. Leon glances back at her with calm arrogance, saying not yet. They still need to discuss why she failed today. His tone leaves no room for argument. They enter one of the side rooms and Leon immediately orders everyone inside to leave. Grace sees the staff withdrawing and thinks this might finally be her chance. Perhaps a moment to slip away, or at least defend herself properly. But as soon as the room empties, Leon turns to her and removes her coat with deliberate slowness. She freezes in shock, unable to read his intentions, and he pushes her gently yet firmly back until she is pinned against the wall. She demands to know what he is trying to do, reminding him that it is far too late to discuss her so-called failure and begging him to release her. He counters coldly that someone who failed her assignment in such an obvious way has no right to make demands. He tells her he actually expected more from her and had placed high hopes on her performance. He touches her face lightly, almost studying her expressions, then begins to unbutton her shirt, just enough to unsettle her as he murmurs that she has let him down. Her choices today were far too predictable, too easily readable, and therefore useless. Before she can resist, he lifts her onto his shoulder as if she weighs nothing, ignoring her pleas to stop. She pounds her fists on his back, insisting he put her down, but he walks only a few steps before dropping her onto the floor. Grace gathers her breath and tells herself to stay calm. If things take a turn, she will strike, she assures herself. Everything is already ruined, and she is certain she will be dismissed today anyway, so she might as well remain clear-headed. Leon removes his coat, revealing the gun holstered underneath. He tells her that since her method failed, they will now proceed in his way. He folds his sleeves neatly, telling her that even if she cries today, he won't let her walk out easily. He steps closer with slow, calculated movements, explaining that she has exactly two choices tonight. He touches the side of her neck lightly as he outlines the first choice. She can agree willingly and leave the room unharmed. Then his hand trails down in a way that makes her tense, and he explains the second choice. They force a connection, and she leaves in a slightly disheveled state after lying in his arms. He adds that this second route suits him better, but he is generous enough to offer her a say. All she must do is choose between the two. Running away is not an option. Grace knows she is cornered and whispers that there is no need to force her. She will cooperate. But she says she wants a promise first. Leon narrows his eyes and asks what promise she is referring to. She tells him in a trembling voice that he must not harm her to the point of drawing blood. At this, he pulls her closer, his expression sharpening, and she stiffens. He slides his hand down her leg, making her recoil, and replies that he cannot guarantee that tonight, but perhaps some other time. Then he wraps his arms around her with unsettling familiarity. Grace closes her eyes for a moment in resignation and touches his face lightly. She whispers that she understands, then leans up and kisses him. His hands move under her shirt, and he reaches behind her as if to undo the clasp of her undergarment. He whispers an indulgent endearment, letting his guard lower. But Grace acts quickly. She reaches toward the gun under his coat, hoping to grab it before he notices. Instead, he catches her wrist instantly. His expression darkens, and his voice drops to a chilling tone as he asks if she truly believes he is that careless. She freezes, terrified, as his eyes narrow with dangerous anger. He draws the gun and pins her to the floor with one arm, her head striking the ground lightly as she gasps. She lies nearly immobilized as he leans over her and tells her not to forget. She is the one who broke the promise first. Grace gasps sharply as his hand closes around her throat, and she struggles in panic while begging him to stop, believing for a terrifying moment that she might actually die if he keeps tightening his grip. But then, he suddenly releases her and strikes her across the face, leaving her coughing and desperately trying to pull air back into her lungs while thinking that this lunatic truly seems capable of killing her. She looks up at him with shaken eyes, but he seizes both her arms immediately and pins her hard against the floor, ordering her to stay still until he decides she can leave, and she becomes furious because he nearly strangled her. Yet he expects her to lie there quietly, as if nothing happened, and she vows internally that she will not allow herself to be treated this way. Then she slams her leg into his stomach with all her strength, surprising him long enough for her to start sliding away across the polished floor, trying to reach the scattered snooker balls nearby. But he grabs her leg before she can get far, telling her in a low voice that it is not over yet and that this is only the beginning. Grace manages to close her fingers around one of the balls, gripping it tightly as she turns back toward him with furious determination, and then she swings it with all her force, striking his face and making him recoil in pain. Taking advantage of his moment of shock, she tries to escape again and pushes herself up to run, but he catches her wrist before she can take a second step. He yanks her back so violently that she stumbles into him, and he forces her hand open until the ball drops from her fingers and rolls away across the floor. She stares at him wide-eyed because she notices blood at the edge of his lip while he breathes heavily, and he grabs her face with a grip that is almost trembling, saying she is far too dangerous because she knows exactly how to provoke him. His expression turns darker as he mutters that a girl who breaks promises must face consequences, and before she can protest, he pulls her closer and bites her lower lip, then drags her into a harsh, forceful kiss that leaves her gasping. He holds her tightly as his hand moves over her, and she tries to reach for another snooker ball, her fingers brushing it for a second before it slips away from her trembling grasp. Leon comments coldly that perhaps because she failed earlier, her attitude has become completely unacceptable, and then he turns her around abruptly while she protests in fear, removing her undergarments as she realizes what he intends. She becomes terrified and tells him to stop, but he speaks over her, saying he is only reminding her of the choice she made when she agreed earlier, and she threatens that she will kill him, to which he replies with mocking indifference, asking whether she plans to accomplish that like this, because she is always welcome to try. Grace yells that she does not want any of this, and she demands he stop, calling him a monster, but he ignores her and tells her she is a failure who still does not understand that she is being punished, adding that from now on it will hurt, because he is far too angry now to hold back or act gentle. She clenches her fists and calls him a bastard, begging him again to stop, but he pushes forward aggressively, and a loud scream fills the room, sharp enough to freeze both of them. Yet the sound does not come from Grace. Leon snaps his head toward the doorway, and standing there is the Grand Duchess herself, staring at the scene with wide, horrified eyes. She is motionless, shocked beyond speech, clearly unable to comprehend what she has just walked in on. The Duchess sits rigidly on the sofa while the doctor finishes stitching the cut across Leon's forehead. The atmosphere is stiff and cold, and the only sound in the room is the doctor's quiet instructions as he packs his tools. When he finally straightens, he informs them that he is done for now, though there remains a risk of concussion, so any unusual symptoms, even the smallest sign, should prompt an immediate call. With that final warning, he bows and takes his leave, and the maids follow after him, closing the door behind them. The moment they leave, the Duchess turns sharply toward Leon, her entire expression tightening with outrage. She demands to know whether he is in his right mind, asking what on earth he was thinking by doing something so reckless. She throws her hands in disbelief, wondering how she is supposed to face the Grand Duchess now when the engagement is so close, and she demands to know if he is deliberately trying to drive her insane. Leon merely thinks to himself that here they go again, because once more her reputation seems to matter more to her than his own well-being, even though he is the one being forced into this engagement. As always, that is all she seems to care about. The Duchess, however, continues her tirade, saying she cannot believe how much effort it took to secure this marriage alliance and how easily he is managing to ruin everything. Leon finally lifts his gaze and tells her there is no need for such worry. She stops, confused, and he explains that the engagement has never been about love but is simply a transaction between families. He says the Grand Duchess will not care what he does or whom he does it with, and he certainly feels the same way toward her daughter. Hearing him speak like that makes the Duchess flare up. She scolds him, reminding him that she has told him repeatedly since childhood never to forget what happened to his father. At the mention of the past, Leon's expression changes, a shadow crossing his face, but the Duchess continues anyway, telling him how much the family has struggled and how one woman nearly destroyed them all. She grasps his hands tightly while insisting that everything they went through should have taught him better. But Leon pulls his hands away, and that rejection makes her temper snap. She tells him she had worried he would grow up hating women after what he witnessed, but now, instead of keeping his distance from them, he has become entangled with a maid. She rants that it would be easier if he continued looking at women like pests rather than becoming involved with someone so beneath his station. She demands to know what that cunning maid has done to him. Leon, already irritated, lights a cigar and holds it between his teeth as he thinks that his mother is not entirely wrong. He had never been drawn to Grace in the beginning, she simply annoyed him. But now, he no longer understands what she has done to him either. Meanwhile, the Duchess keeps pacing, insisting that ever since Grace was assigned to the torture chamber, she felt nothing but unease, as though something about the girl's presence there was fundamentally distasteful. She cannot imagine how Leon could end up with someone like her unless he is somehow trying to provoke jealousy in the Grand Duchess. He responds that this is absurd, yet in his mind, he admits something far more unsettling. The smell of blood on Grace's clothes, the cold sharpness in her turquoise eyes, these things completely disturb his reasoning, as if she somehow overrides every logical thought he has. The Duchess groans into her hands, lamenting that this disaster has struck on the very day she was scheduled to meet the Grand Duchess, and Leon silently reflects that he has never forgotten his responsibilities before today. The Duchess then announces she will fire the maid immediately. That statement snaps Leon's patience completely. He gets up without a word, prompting her to demand where he is going so suddenly. He tells her she just said she would fire Grace, so he will go do it now. Before she can stop him, he walks out and slams the door behind him. Meanwhile, Grace paces restlessly in her small room, completely convinced that the head maid will arrive any minute to throw her out. She mutters to herself, wondering how someone like Leon could possibly be related to her at all, because nothing about him makes sense. She tells herself she simply needs to pack her belongings and leave before things get worse. As she walks past the mirror, she notices a faint tingling on her lips. When she leans in to look, the realization hits her, and she curses him under her breath, calling him an idiot. But her thoughts drift back to the moment he kissed her, and she groans at how completely she lost focus. If she had drawn her gun a moment earlier, she tells herself, she would not have been caught off guard by something so stupid and distracting. Then an older memory flashes, a younger Grace sitting beside a boy who kisses her gently and then shyly asks whether she didn't like it. She remembers telling him she did like it, and he had asked if they should do it again. The recollection hits her like a brick, and she sinks to the floor, burying her face in her hands, declaring that she must have gone insane. Her spiraling thoughts are interrupted when she hears Leon's voice outside her door, calling her name. Instantly alert, she presses her back to the door and readies her gun, wondering why he has come again after everything that happened earlier. She demands to know if he plans to cause more trouble or to give his mother another reason to faint. But he speaks through the door with a calmness that surprises her. He tells her he came to inform her that he will write her a letter of recommendation, signed personally by him, which will allow her to find work anywhere she chooses. He tells her she should stay until they find someone to replace her. Grace freezes, stunned. She cannot believe he is truly letting her go and providing a recommendation on top of that. He finishes by saying that is all he came to say. Then he leaves. She cautiously exits her room and glances down the corridor, but there is no one there. She shakes her head, murmuring to herself that he is truly a lunatic. The next morning, Grace is seen with one of the younger servants trailing beside her, his steps unsteady as he keeps murmuring about how everything will fall apart if she leaves. He reminds her that the last time he lost his composure and vomited inside a private room, his reputation collapsed instantly, and since then, he has only been trusted with the lowest, most thankless tasks. Grace rests a gentle hand on his shoulder, telling him not to let anxiety swallow him because he has Peter and Nancy by his side, the comrades who endured the same hardships with him, and that should be enough to keep his heart steady. He stiffens in frustration, muttering that if it weren't for the rotten royals above them, she wouldn't be suffering like this, and he swears he will avenge her one day. Grace grips his hand quickly, telling him not to even consider such thoughts, because the only thing he needs to focus on is his assigned task and keeping himself unnoticed by Leon Winston. He blushes at her worry, trying to insist that he simply wants to stand up for her, but she quietly responds that understanding how he feels is more than enough for her. She admits to him that although her mission officially failed, she can still make up for that failure with something else, another opportunity that might come soon. He hesitates and asks if she intends to marry the commander-in-chief once she returns from her mission. Grace gives a small shrug and says they haven't reached that part of the conversation yet. He inches closer, almost whispering that if he manages to complete his mission with remarkable success and return alive, then maybe. But before he can finish, another soldier calls out his name sharply, telling him Captain Leon requires him immediately. Fred freezes and asks why he would be summoned. The soldier turns briefly toward Grace, apologizing because this is supposedly her last day on duty, yet he still needs to trouble her. Captain Leon instructed him to notify her that the torture chamber must be prepared again. Grace keeps a calm face, but the moment he leaves, the weight of the command lingers heavily in her chest. Sometime later, Fred sits outside Leon's office, trembling as he clutches his knees. His thoughts race endlessly. Why him? Why today? Why in such a formal manner? He wonders if the others around him are watching him suspiciously, if perhaps someone has discovered who he really is, even though he has never revealed anything and followed every procedure exactly. When the door finally opens and Leon's subordinate calls him inside, Fred stands up with stiff legs and forces himself to enter. Leon tells him to sit, so Fred lowers himself into the chair, asking whether he has done anything wrong. Leon pours liquor slowly into a glass, explaining that he has called him here because there is a covert assignment that demands careful handling without the higher-ups discovering it. He says he has shortlisted a few reliable candidates, and Fred is one of them. Fred stares at the glass in disbelief, unable to understand why Leon would select him of all people, especially when the last memory he holds of him is the humiliation of vomiting inside the torture chamber. Leon hands him the drink anyway. Fred stares at his own reflection in the polished window, trying to gather himself. Why was he chosen? Why him, when he had always assumed Leon despised him? He tells Leon that it is an honor to receive such trust. Leon leans back, saying he hopes Fred understands that two rookies who came before him already failed, so his expectations rest very heavily on Fred's shoulders. The words make Fred straighten instantly, overflowing with eagerness. He tells Leon to simply assign the mission, and he will complete every objective without fail. Leon glances at his lieutenant behind him and says that Fred seems reliable, does not he? Then he calls the young man by name, Private Fred Smith, asking if he is indeed from Fairhill, in the Raven region. Fred keeps his face still, reminding himself silently that the entire Fairhill background is fabricated, created by the higher-ups to sneak him into the Winston household. He has studied the fake profile so many times that he can recite every detail without hesitation. Leon tells him that they received intelligence reporting that a Blanchard spy has infiltrated the Fairhill Village Committee, so Fred will be sent there to investigate discreetly. Since the area is supposedly his hometown, no one will suspect him. Fred replies immediately, saying he will carry out the investigation faithfully, even though he is sweating beneath his collar. Leon says the chairman of the committee should be someone named Mason. Fred responds immediately, "Yes, Mr. Mason." Leon nods slowly, adding that the region is known for its ski tourism. He recounts a pleasant childhood memory, saying he once visited Fairhill on a family trip, where a vendor selling hot-spiced wine mistook him for an adult and served him far too much. He describes how he and Jerome became drunk and collapsed into the snow, nearly freezing until a pub customer rescued them. Fred forces a small chuckle, murmuring that Leon must have been very worried at the time. Leon pours another drink, asking whether Fred remembers the pub owner Albert, the plump, cheerful man who always laughed loudly. Fred nods, saying yes, he remembers Albert. Leon asks about the winter festival, wondering aloud if it was St. Maurice's feast, the one where villagers bite the neck of gingerbread figures and split them in two. He remarks jokingly that it's quite a violent custom for such a small rural village. Fred tries to laugh, but his lips tighten instead. Leon watches him carefully, then asks if his joke wasn't funny. Fred forces a louder, unnatural laugh. Leon smiles faintly and tells him he has never been to Fairhill at all, but he knows perfectly well that the festival is St. Nicholas's feast, not St. Maurice's, and the villagers eat rye bread, not gingerbread. He taps the table lightly, listing the full name on Fred's file. Fred John Smith, son of Robert John Smith, a butcher. Then he asks how a butcher's son becomes nauseous at the sight of blood, and whether that makes any sense at all. Before Fred can answer, Leon orders his men to arrest him. Panic floods Fred's face as he leaps from the chair, insisting desperately that it is all a misunderstanding, that he is not who they think he is. But the guards close in regardless, gripping his arms as he shouts and ruggles. His denial echoes across the room, drowned beneath the sound of chains rattling as the truth finally corners him. The scene shifts into the torture room, where the air is heavy with the metallic smell of blood and the faint echo of earlier screams, while various torture instruments lie scattered across the cold table, each one carrying its own silent history. Leon stands in front of Fred and asks calmly if he remembers the driver he helped smuggle out, because Leon tied that same man to the very chair Fred is sitting in now and pulled out his fingernails one by one, leaving the man trembling just as Fred trembles now, the memory alone enough to make him quake with fear. Leon picks up a sharp knife and says that because information was smuggled out by someone like that driver, 4 servants died in Gervan's raid, and since the crime is serious, mercy is not something he offers. Fred shakes his head desperately and tries to insist that it was not him, that he is too foolish to be capable of anything like that, begging Leon loudly to spare him because he truly did nothing. Leon smiles, a smile without warmth, and tells him he does not understand what mercy means, and that he also does not understand what a deal is, because if Fred wants any chance of walking out of this room alive, then he must hand over the last relic of the Riddle family, that little riddle he has been hiding. Fred trembles violently at the mention of Grace, the name echoing in his head as he struggles to answer, and when he finally says he cannot hand her over, Leon replies that the deal is off and reaches for another weapon with an expression that makes Fred panic completely. Leon tells him not to worry because he has no intention of killing him quickly, and Fred's fear shifts into frantic resistance as he cries out that he truly did nothing and that someone else leaked the information. Leon steps closer and lifts Fred's hand, bringing the metal tool dangerously close to his nail, while he calmly asks who the real traitor is, and Fred, choking on his sobs, screams that it was Sally Bristol. Leon freezes for just a moment, clearly surprised, before placing the tool back with deliberate slowness. After some time, the scene shifts and Grace pushes a laundry trolley down the long corridor while her heart beats unevenly because she never expected that her very last day of work would be spent in the torture room, and she knows she must identify the guest who entered earlier and then leave quickly before anything unpredictable happens. She reaches the door and is about to open it when Leon suddenly appears behind her and pulls her into a tight back hug, speaking softly that she remains diligent even until the end. Shock runs through her and she demands to know what this sudden behavior means, telling him to let her go, but Leon asks what he should do if he does not want to release her. Grace tells him sharply that this time she will strike somewhere other than his solar plexus if he does not move, and Leon only smiles as someone behind him quietly takes away her trolley. Grace tries to call out to the person taking her things, but Leon tells her there is no need for her to clean anything today because he wants her to witness something instead. He hands her a file and she begins reading it while wondering whether this is the recommendation letter he once mentioned, because she has never received such a document before and it should have been placed inside her folder for her future transfer. However, her breath catches when she notices her code name written clearly across the page, Little Riddle, and she freezes in confusion, unable to understand why the name appears here. She tries to calm herself by thinking that perhaps this is just another test and that she must remain steady, yet the moment she turns another page, her heart drops because every detail about her life is listed in the description of Little Riddle, including her real name, and sweat begins forming on her forehead as dread sinks into her bones. Before she can react, she senses someone's hand reaching from behind, and she instinctively slaps it away as she takes a step back. But when she turns around, she sees Leon standing there with an expression she cannot read. He grabs her throat gently but firmly and tells her goodbye, calling her Sally Bristol, before adding that meeting Grace Riddle has been interesting. Panic spreads through her as she tries to breathe, and Leon asks whether she knows that the man who revealed her identity is waiting inside the torture room. He drags her inside while she coughs and tries to regain her breath, forcing her to stand in front of Fred, who sits weakened in the chair with tears running down his face. Leon says that this man revealed her name before he even touched him, and Fred begins apologizing desperately, choking on his words. Grace tells him not to say her name again because he has no right to speak it. Leon then asks her what right he has, reminding her that every time he looks into her eyes, he feels something he cannot describe. Something like a mismatched puzzle piece being forced into place, a sensation that has haunted him since the first day he saw her. He steps closer and says he has been waiting for this very moment, and the air between them grows tighter. Leon's hand tightens suddenly around Grace's neck, and he bites into her skin without warning, and the sharp pain shoots through her so violently that she screams as her face turns red, her breath hitching while she tries to pull away. He lifts his head slowly, his expression strangely calm, as if he is trying to understand why his intuition, which normally never fails him, did not alert him that this woman is a spy, and he wonders why everything inside him feels clouded whenever she is near. Then he pulls out a knife and presses the cold blade against her neck, making her tense with terror as she waits for his next question, and he asks her if she planned all of this from the beginning. Without giving her a chance to respond, he digs the knife slightly into her skin, carving a thin scar that makes her cry out again. He stares at his reflection on the metal surface while saying that because of her he is about to become the laughingstock of the entire kingdom, since the man whose duty is to catch spies and interrogate them had a spy hidden right under him, and not just any spy, but a foolish woman who managed to fool him completely. Grace gasps as blood trickles from the cut, her mind spinning, while Fred, tied nearby, looks horrified and helpless. Leon turns toward Fred and tells Grace that she should let him know where she wants Fred's body sent, along with the condolences, because he is the last heir of a notorious gangster family. And even among criminals, assigning such a man to her as a partner feels like an insult to her abilities. Before she can speak, he suddenly flicks the knife and brings it close to Fred's head with such speed that Fred screams in terror. And then Leon turns back to Grace, choking her again as he demands to know if she received orders to seduce him and extract information. He shakes her while she struggles to breathe. Grace gasps and tries to speak, but he continues, saying that from the moment she kept appearing in front of him and from the night she was naked in his bathtub, everything now looks like a calculated plan, and he wonders how ridiculous he must have appeared while he was trying to protect her without realizing she was the enemy. Then he suddenly lets go of her and she collapses to her knees, coughing as desperately as someone who has been drowning. Leon watches her with cold intensity and tells her that he admires her dedication to her mission until the very end, so he intends to give her a special opportunity to complete her assignment. He says that women like her are trained to be seductive speakers, that her revolutionary-type speeches must rely on the same charm, and that as the daughter of a prostitute who lured countless military men with nothing more than her lower body, she must know exactly how to continue that legacy. Now, he says, the last surviving descendant of a long line of infamous seductresses belongs to him entirely, and there is excitement in his voice that makes the air even heavier. He removes his coat slowly and tells her that this next test is one she must pass, because if she fails, then someone else's head will be removed in her place. Fred begins shouting desperately, begging Grace to save him, his voice breaking with fear, and Grace forces herself to steady her breath as she rises shakily to her feet. She looks directly at Leon and tells him calmly that they should change the location. Leon asks what he should do if he refuses, and she answers that if he does not want to move, then he will have to perform whatever he intends to do with a corpse, because Fred will not survive another minute if he continues like this. Leon pauses for a moment, and then his lips curl slightly as he says they are close enough for her to make such a request. Fred becomes even more terrified, not understanding what kind of twisted amusement Leon seems to take from all of this. And before he can protest further, someone steps behind him and tries to cover his face. Fred panics and shouts that he does not want to be blindfolded, but Leon tells him coldly that invisible fear is always the most painful kind, and he wants Fred to feel every second of it as they move forward. Fred keeps telling himself that this cannot be happening, yet he watches helplessly as Grace begins removing her clothes one piece at a time. She forces her hands not to shake, and when she is left only in her undergarments, she walks toward Leon and sits on his lap. Her face turns red immediately, her breath trembling, and a soft, involuntary sound escapes her lips. Fred's eyes widen in terror, and he wonders if they are truly doing this in front of him. Leon looks at her with cold amusement and tells her that if she were always this compliant, things would have been much easier. Grace keeps her arms tightly folded across her body, trying to cover herself, but she knows she has already failed at hiding anything. Leon studies her, and his thoughts grow darker as he realizes that the daughter of the woman who once deceived him and killed his father still has the power to stir something inside him. He wonders what kind of woman she is that she could do this to him. He grabs her roughly from behind. Grace feels disgusted, the touch burning against her skin in all the wrong ways. He smirks and tells her she reacts far too naturally, that it seems she has been trained very well for moments like these. Grace grabs his hand tightly, her voice shaking as she tells him to shut up, that if he plans to continue, he should just finish it without talking. But even she cannot stop the tremor in her words. Then she feels his touch move lower, and another moan escapes her, despite her desperate attempt to hold it in. Her lips sting where she bit them earlier, blood still faintly marking the corner. Leon leans forward and kisses her hard, ignoring her plea to stop because it hurts. She thinks to herself that the last time she went through this, it was nothing like now, and she wonders in horror if she created this monster with her own actions long ago, if she turned a boy from her childhood road into this beast standing behind her. Leon slips off her undergarments. She freezes in embarrassment, her whole body tense as she tries to hide herself with shaking hands. He asks casually if he may have the audacity to touch her chest with his mouth. Grace snaps, telling him to just do it and stop asking pointless questions. Leon answers with a low laugh and leans forward to do exactly that. Grace cannot hold back her reactions. Her moans fill the room, each one making Fred's face turn bright red. He trembles as he listens, then shouts at Leon, calling him a filthy pig and demanding that he stop touching her immediately. Fred screams that Leon must get away from her right now. Leon merely answers that Grace herself told him he could do whatever he wished, so he wonders why she refuses to voice her own opinion now. He touches her again, and she cries out from the pain. Fred's rage explodes, and he yells that Leon should die, calling him a disgusting pervert. He demands to know if Leon truly believes he will escape after violating the general's woman. Leon's expression shifts instantly, growing darker and sharper. He turns his gaze to Grace and asks if that bastard was really her fiancé. Fred continues shouting that the general will never let this go, that he will tear Leon apart for this. Leon reaches out suddenly and grips Grace by the throat, lifting her off the ground as she struggles violently. He asks how that man dared to send his future wife here to him. Grace claws at his arm, her vision blurring, and he finally loosens his grip enough that she drops to the floor and sits there gasping, trying to regain her breath. Leon sits back in the chair calmly, as if none of it affects him. He says that since the general sent such a serious gift, he cannot possibly return her untouched. Then he looks at Fred and tells him to make sure little Jimmy receives the message clearly, that Captain Leon has graciously taken care of his wedding night for him. He grabs Grace's head harshly, pulling her closer while she trembles uncontrollably. Then he tells her, in a mocking voice, to be a merciless princess and use her noble mouth on this filthy pig's body. Grace is still shivering, her breath uneven. Grace looks terrified as Leon forces her into the act, and she struggles while trying not to gag. He warns her sarcastically to be careful with her teeth and calls her "Dear Miss Riddle," saying she looks stunning with this filthy pig's body in her mouth. Her face burns red, tears welling, and she feels humiliated to the point of trembling. Leon adds that the scene suits her well, as if she were made for this. She holds her breath desperately until he finally pulls himself away, leaving her feeling sick and shaking. He tells her to continue properly and not pretend she has no experience, claiming the general must have trained her for this kind of thing. Rage sparks in her eyes as she lifts her head and asks him what he has been talking about since earlier, insisting she has never learned such things. For a brief moment, Leon remains silent, staring at her expression, and she slowly lowers her gaze before she forces herself to follow his commands. Leon watches with a cold, satisfied look and remarks that it seems her future husband never taught his bride how to serve him correctly. He instructs her step by step, saying she must swallow everything in one go, and when she pulls away, she must do it slowly. While brushing his skin with her tongue, Grace feels nothing but disgust. Every motion makes her want to bite down and end this nightmare. But she holds herself back because she knows what is at stake. Leon suddenly pulls her away by the hair and tells her to look at something. He turns her face toward Fred. Fred is already flushed and shaking, and Leon mocks him, saying the man became excited just by hearing Grace suffer. Fred stammers, trying to deny it, insisting it is not like that. Leon turns back to Grace and asks her if he should strip the man and lock him up like an animal. Grace, too drained to argue, tells him he may do whatever he wants, and she does not care anymore. Leon scoffs that the blood of a family of prostitutes truly is different. He then walks to Fred, picks up a knife, and without hesitation slices dangerously close to parts of Fred's body. Fred screams in terror and pain, trembling uncontrollably. Leon comments coldly that he simply cannot find a place to stick his blade properly. Grace is horrified and shouts that Leon is a madman, demanding to know what he is doing. Leon turns back toward her and asks whether she still wishes to keep that man alive. He grabs her chin, forcing her to look at him, and tells her that Fred exposed her identity without permission and then had the nerve to become excited listening to her suffer. Grace turns her face away, her voice breaking as she pleads with him to let Fred go, because at this rate he will die from blood loss. Leon goes quiet for a moment, staring at her trembling hands and shaking breath. Then he tells her to beg. She freezes and asks what he means. He tells her to go on, that when she begs, she must state clearly what she wants him to do. Grace trembles, unable to breathe properly, then forces out the words. She tells him to start with Fred, to let him go, because otherwise the man will bleed out and die. Leon's expression darkens, and he points down at his own body with a cold challenge. Grace becomes embarrassed and looks away, but she knows they need to survive. She tells herself silently that survival is the only path. If they want revolution and a new world, they need to stay alive through this moment. Leon watches her conflicted face and suddenly asks her if she knows the definition of the word prostitute. He tells her calmly that such a woman sells her body for a price, so, by her own actions, she is one. Grace freezes where she kneels, her breath caught in her throat, her pride breaking piece by piece. Grave follows every one of Leon's commands, completing each humiliating instruction without resistance, and Leon watches her with a satisfied expression, telling her she performs well and always finishes exactly as she should. Grace's stomach twists with nausea, and even though she tries to stay composed, she cannot stop herself from calling him a filthy pig. Leon only smiles at her reaction, acting amused instead of offended, and he asks her how it feels to be forced into something so degrading. She turns away, wishing she could erase the entire moment, but Leon simply removes his coat and drapes it over her shoulders, telling her to wait quietly because from now on, he intends to show her a world she has never imagined. Grace begins trembling at his tone. Not far from them, Fred sits tied up, silent and shaken. After a long moment, he finally speaks, asking her in a weak voice to untie him. Grace slowly stands, still unsteady, and walks toward him. She removes the blindfold first, asking if he is all right. Fred looks directly at her, his face turning red with a strange mix of emotions. Meanwhile, Grace, embarrassed, trying to cover her body with his hands. When the coat slips slightly, he blurts out a harsh word, calling her something filthy. Grace freezes in confusion and shock, staring at him, unsure if she heard correctly. She asks him what he just said, and he clenches his teeth, his expression twisting with resentment. He demands to know how she could allow herself to be treated like that by a royal pig, claiming that he should have known she would be dragged into filthy orders like these. He calls her dirty, blaming her for everything that has happened. Grace feels her breath catch. She asks him what he expected her to do. Leon had threatened to kill him. Fred himself had heard it, and she reminds him that he would be dead already if she had refused. His voice rises, insisting that she should have done something else, but he cannot even say what. He yells that because of her, he has been pulled into this mess, and that she should have... Grace cuts him off sharply, asking him what exactly she should have done. Should she have stood by and watched him die? Should she have let Leon kill him? Her voice begins shaking as she demands an answer. Fred stops yelling. His face softens for a moment as though he realizes the weight of his words, and he mutters that he did not mean it like that he simply lost control. Before Grace can respond, two guards enter the room and seize him. Fred tries to pull back, asking them to wait because he is still speaking to her. But the guards ignore him, dragging him across the floor. Leon tells them not to kill him because he is still useful, and Fred, now being pulled away, shouts to Grace, asking if she knows he did not truly mean what he said. Grace watches him with tired eyes, her thoughts heavy. She thinks that since she has suffered because of him, perhaps it is only fair that he tastes a little of what she has endured. In that moment, someone touches her shoulder. She startles, turning to find Leon standing behind her. Without asking, he lifts her into his arms, calling her darling and telling her they should move to the bed. Grace is too exhausted to resist, too emotionally shattered to think clearly. Leon lays her on the bed gently, but the moment she tries to shift away, he orders her to stay still and to spread her legs. Grace hesitates, but the threat in his voice leaves her no choice. When she obeys, Leon's expression changes into a pleased, unsettling smile. He moves closer, invading her space with the same entitled confidence as before, and she feels pain shoot through her as he forces himself forward. Shock and confusion overwhelm her. But Leon tells her calmly that their audience would not want to miss such a magnificent view. She realizes then that he is not only focused on her humiliation, he is using her suffering as entertainment for others as well. He touches her with cold, deliberate movements, manipulating her body as though it belongs to him alone. He mentions her fiancé, saying she let him go without even giving him a final taste, and he refers to the man, Jimmy Blanchard Jr., as someone who went out of his way for her, Even though they are enemies, Leon calls this moment a gift carefully prepared for Jimmy, one he could never refuse. Then Leon gives the final command, telling Grace to use her own hands to position herself exactly the way he wants. Grace forces herself to follow his order, even though her hands tremble. Leon watches her with an expression full of dark amusement, saying that this so-called gift matches the other man's taste perfectly. He leans closer, telling her to go on and beg. Grace only looks at his face, unable to form words, still fumbling for breath. Leon tilts his head and asks if she refuses, warning her that it might hurt, that she might even tear. She gathers herself and answers quietly that he will still continue anyway, so what difference would it make? Leon gives a low laugh and moves over her, saying that maybe, just maybe, if she begged, it might become a little easier. Grace responds that not everything she asks for is granted. He smiles, calling her a smart girl, and says they can try something else. He asks, does she remember what Sally Bristol used to say every time she served a meal? Simple words spoken out of duty. So Grace repeats them now, telling him to enjoy his meal, even as he forces himself into her. The moment he does, she mutters that he can go to hell. A sharp scream escapes her. Pain shoots through her body so violently that it steals her breath. Leon reacts with a cold remark, telling her she is unbearably tight and ordering her to stay still. Grace can hardly speak, saying over and over that it hurts too much, that she cannot take it anymore. But Leon continues without slowing, smiling as if her suffering amuses him. She begs again, saying she cannot handle the pain, but he does not stop. He watches her struggle, his expression calm and satisfied. She thinks to herself that he is the kind of man who takes pleasure in another person's agony, the type of man she always tried to hide her pain from, and now everything has gone so wrong that hiding anything feels impossible. Grace twists beneath him, trying to pull away from the overwhelming pain, but he easily restrains her. He tells her that now she belongs to him. The words sink into her like ice. She closes her eyes tightly, wishing she could disappear from her own body. Leon leans in to kiss her, but she turns her face away at the last second. The refusal makes him pause, slightly surprised, but then a slow smile spreads across his face. Instead of stopping, he begins again, touching her and forcing movements she cannot fight against. She pleads for him to stop, but he holds her down firmly, ignoring every word. He speaks to her in a cruel, taunting tone, asking how it feels to have her first time taken by the very pig she despises. He says he is sure she did not save herself for this, not for him, and calls it a pity. His voice drips with mockery, asking if she can see clearly now, if she can truly understand what is happening. He tells her to look, to realize that the king's greedy pig is having his way with her. Leon binds both of Grace's hands together, pulling the knot tight while watching her with a satisfied expression. He says it is an immense honor for him to be the first man to touch Blanchard's prized woman, speaking as if the moment carries some twisted prestige. A slow smile appears on his face as he addresses her gently, telling her that he will do everything in his power to make her first experience unforgettable and tailored to her satisfaction. Grace cuts him off sharply, telling him that she has heard enough. Ignoring her protest, Leon leans in and drags his mouth along her ear, speaking softly that since it is unlikely she will ever spend her wedding night with her fiancé, she should be careful not to call out the wrong name. It would, he says mockingly, be disrespectful to Jimmy. Grace's anger ignites instantly, and she tells him she will kill him, calling him a devil. Leon claims he is only giving sincere advice, as though his cruelty is some form of kindness. She glares at him with burning hatred and warns him to wait, because when the revolution succeeds, she will be the one dropping the guillotine blade on his neck. Her voice shakes, but her determination is clear. Leon merely leans closer, unbothered, and says that in that case, for a condemned man's last meal, he will simply ask again for the grace riddle he once enjoyed. He lowers his head and begins pressing his mouth against her chest, his hands wandering while she struggles beneath him. Grace clenches her teeth, thinking this ordeal may last far longer than she ever imagined. Every second feels stretched and suffocating, but she refuses to let him see her break. Leon lifts his head slightly, smiling again as he says that Jimmy will have to forgive her. An agent who reaches her end while in the hands of the enemy, he calls it pathetic, twisting the knife deeper. Then, as if nothing has been said, he demands again that she obey and continue. giving another humiliating order in a tone that leaves her no room to escape. It is almost midnight, and Grace lies on the bed with a tense, exhausted expression, her entire body aching. Her breaths are uneven, and her eyes hold nothing but irritation and hatred. She looks at Leon silently, thinking to herself why he cannot just disappear, why he cannot simply die and leave her alone. But Leon does not slow down, does not soften, does not show even a flicker of mercy. He stands over her with a cold, composed face and tells her flatly that if she leaves what is inside her body as it is, she will end up carrying his child. His tone is calm, but to her it sounds like the mocking voice of a devil. She calls him exactly that, devil, and yet she still begins to follow his instruction, all because she sees no other path out of this night. He tells her to swallow everything, not to leave a single trace behind. He orders and she obeys, even as her stomach twists. When she finishes, he does not give her even a moment to gather herself before forcing himself into her again. Her body trembles at the intrusion, and she feels his hands pressing down on her chest. As she stares blankly up at the ceiling, a thought crosses her mind, whether she has encountered a monster or whether she herself unknowingly created one. Maybe this is the result of what happened in their childhood. Maybe she made him into this. Leon notices the distant look on her face and asks without emotion where her mind is wandering. He tells her coldly that it is not over yet. Then he becomes even more relentless, merciless in the way he uses her body. She pleads that she has done enough, her voice weak from exhaustion, but he only tilts his head and asks what enough even means. His expression is calm, but his actions are anything but. She wonders desperately how much longer she must endure this torment. How long until he is finally satisfied? He smirks as if reading her thoughts and says, "It seems she has finally remembered her duty." The words make her stomach twist, yet even in this state, she admits to herself that she just wants this night to end quickly. She does not care about pride or shame in this moment. She simply wants the ordeal to be over. At last, after dragging it out as long as he wishes, he finishes his dark craving. He pulls her against him and inhales deeply, saying she smells good, as if this entire night is something pleasant for him. A little later, Leon moves away from her and goes to shower. Grace stays on the bed, trying to breathe, thinking in relief that maybe it is finally over. Every part of her is shaking, her body sore and heavy, yet she forces herself to stay awake. When Leon returns, already dressed, he stands beside the bed and looks down at her with a composed expression. He says that since he is such a polite person he must express proper gratitude, he will definitely make sure to thank Jimmy for the gift. She looks at him, confused, until she realizes he is holding her undergarments in his hand. She shoots up immediately, grabbing his arm in panic, telling him no, pleading that he must not do what he is planning. She says she will do anything he asks, anything he orders, so long as he does not take those with him. Leon slaps her hand away and asks sharply if she still intends to marry that man. He speaks with disgust, asking if she truly believes the great commander would marry a woman who willingly opened her legs to the enemy. His words stab deep, but she forces herself to keep begging. She tells him it does not matter what Jimmy thinks. She only wants Leon to stop this. She says she already did everything he demanded, so what more does he want from her? Why does he insist on crushing her completely? Leon stares into her eyes and asks if all of this means nothing to her. Then he grabs her neck and lifts her slightly, telling her coldly that even if that man graciously decides to marry her, she must never wear a white wedding dress. She is not pure anymore. Grace bursts into tears, asking why he must go this far, why he must break her so thoroughly. Leon lets go of her and pushes her aside. As she struggles to steady herself, he touches the white traces left on her body and says that this is the only white that suits her now. Humiliation washes over her, and she feels herself drowning in a mixture of anger and despair. Leon finally turns to leave, but just before he reaches the door, he stops because Grace grabs his arm again. She is trembling uncontrollably, begging him not to do this. Leon glances back at her and says that as the supposed hooker of the Blanchards, the rumors made him expect more from her. But in reality, she is not that impressive. His words cut deeper than any blade. Grace collapses, exhausted and devastated. Inside, she whispers to herself that one day she will make him suffer too. She will torture him mercilessly, drag him into a world even darker than this one, and turn him into the most miserable creature alive. And when he finally begs for mercy, all he will find is regret. The scene shifts. In a large open area, a car stops under bright sky. Leon steps out and stands in front of Fred, who is severely injured and barely standing. Fred's face is pale and his body trembles as he wonders if he is going to die today. He does not want to die. He wants to live, even if it means crawling. Leon looks at him and suddenly says he will let him live and send him back. Fred's eyes widen in disbelief. Leon asks calmly if he does not believe him. Fred immediately bows and thanks him repeatedly, trembling in desperation. Leon watches him and thinks to himself that Fred is practically groveling like an animal, like he would lick his boots if asked. Even after everything Grace endured, Fred does not even ask what happened to her. Leon concludes that he is nothing but a cowardly little rat. Leon says he will let him go, but there is one condition. Fred nods quickly, saying he will do anything. Whatever task Leon gives, he will get it done. Leon takes out an envelope and hands it to him, ordering him to deliver it to their commander. Then he says he has kept his promise. Fred may leave. Fred grabs the envelope and starts running. After a moment, he turns back and laughs in joy, believing he finally has a chance to live. He continues running until a sudden gunshot echoes. A bullet hits the ground near his feet. Fred screams. Leon, holding the gun, tells his subordinate Campbell not to let Fred escape. When the man has served his purpose, he says coldly, "Take care of him." In the evening, Grace sits down slowly as her entire body feels as if it is about to tear apart, and Leon sits in front of her, holding the file that contains all the information about her. He tells her that she already knows her fate as a spy and reminds her that there are no exceptions for someone like her, so she should understand that she will soon be sent to a camp. She thinks to herself that this is exactly what she has been hoping for, because whether it is the Western Command or the camp, she simply wants to get out of this house as quickly as possible. She stays silent, and Leon stands up while watching her face, wondering when she came and whether she reported to headquarters before coming here. Before she can make sense of his expression, he suddenly lifts her into his arms, shocking her so much that she asks where he is taking her, yet he does not answer and instead throws her onto the ground. She stares at him with fear, trying to understand what he is looking at so intensely, and she convinces herself that before sending her to the camp, he will probably force himself on her again. When he reaches toward her, she squeezes her eyes shut, waiting for what she fears will happen, but instead of hurting her, he gently takes her face in his hands and looks directly into her eyes. Then he leans forward, kisses her softly, and pulls her into a warm embrace, leaving her completely confused because he has never been like this, and because his touch feels unexpectedly gentle. She wonders why he is acting this way, and when she opens her eyes, she sees him smiling faintly as he whispers a quiet greeting, calling her Daisy, and then adds a few words that stun her even more by calling her his first love. Those words pull her into a memory that does not belong to her, but to him, and the scene shifts to the first time he ever saw her. The flashback begins with a young Leon running around the villa by the private beach, where he suddenly comes to a stop after noticing a little girl sitting by the water and playing with seashells. Another voice shouts at her, telling her that the beach belongs to the villa and that outsiders are not allowed there, so she must leave immediately. The young Grace quickly stands up and walks away, yet for a brief moment, she and Leon look at each other, and after she disappears from sight, he keeps wondering who she is. Over the next few days, their paths cross again unexpectedly. One day, Leon finds Grace sitting on a tree branch near the villa grounds, looking around with curiosity, and he instantly assumes that she might be a thief sneaking around. He calls out to her, asking what she is doing there, and his sudden voice startles her so much that she loses her balance and slips. She is about to fall straight to the ground when he rushes forward and catches her in his arms, and both of them turn bright red as they look at each other awkwardly. He mumbles an embarrassed apology, and she quickly apologizes too, yet he pauses and questions himself about why he is the one saying sorry when she is the one peeking into someone else's property. He tells her that spying on someone's villa is rude and that only thieves behave this way, so she should tell him honestly whether she is trying to steal something from his house. She becomes flustered and denies it with wide eyes, insisting that she is not trying to steal anything and that she is only peeking. He crosses his arms and asks what exactly she is trying to look at, and she hesitates before answering with complete honesty that she has been sneaking a look at him because he looks very pretty. His face turns red instantly as the truth leaves her lips. Leon stares at Grace with an expression full of shock and irritation after she calls him pretty, and he demands to know whether she is an idiot because no girl should call a boy pretty and should call him handsome instead. She simply smiles and tells him that he looks pretty even when he is angry, which only makes him more flustered as he stutters that he is not pretty at all. Her innocent look confuses him even more, and after a moment of embarrassment, he turns away and mutters that she should forget he said anything. Since the discomfort between them has already faded a little, she asks whether she can make a small request and wonders if she can touch his hair just once. His eyes widen instantly as he thinks to himself that it is strange for someone he just met to ask something like that, so he freezes and says nothing. His silence makes her assume she has made things awkward, and she apologizes softly while explaining that she only said it because his hair looks so beautiful that she wanted to try touching it. Her sincerity slowly melts his hesitation, and he bends down slightly until his face is closer to hers, then tells her that she can go ahead. Her expression brightens in a way that startles him, and she gently reaches out and touches his hair with both hands while smiling with genuine wonder. He asks if she is happy, and she nods excitedly while saying it feels like touching sunlight. He immediately corrects her with a serious tone, saying that if she touched sunlight, her hand would burn, and she tilts her head and asks if that is really true before thanking him anyway. When she keeps staring at him afterward, he becomes self-conscious and asks why she is looking at him like that. She admits that she feels jealous because her entire family has blonde hair while she is the only one with brown hair. That confession surprises him because if everyone in her family is blonde, then why is she a brunette? But before he can ask anything, she suddenly steps away and rummages through her small bag. She returns with a small wrapped piece of chocolate and tells him it is a gift, explaining that she had been saving it for herself, but she wants him to have it. He asks why she is giving it to him, and she answers that it is to repay him for all the times he caught her staring at him. He holds the simple chocolate piece in his hand and wonders why she is giving away something she saved so carefully, even though it is cheap, yet he feels strangely touched. Before he can say anything more, she becomes embarrassed and starts running away with a quick goodbye, announcing that she will come again and stare at him. He watches her disappear and stands alone under the trees, shaking his head as he thinks about how weird she is, yet he cannot stop the faint smile that appears on his face. The scene shifts to the classroom at the resort, where a geology class is taking place, and the teacher enthusiastically lectures about coastal cliffs formed by blue erosion around Abington Beach. Leon sits among the students, barely paying attention, complaining internally that studying geology during a resort trip where everyone else is enjoying the beach feels unbearably dull. Another student raises his hand to ask the teacher if the layers of coastal cliffs truly show evidence that the continents were once joined together as a single supercontinent, and the teacher begins explaining excitedly as Leon sighs and thinks that here they go again. From the doorway, Duchess observes him with a tight expression, and soon afterwards she confronts him with clear frustration. She scolds him for always acting uninterested and asks why he cannot talk about normal charming topics like the daughters of the Duke's family do when they chat about hunting or cricket. Leon responds sarcastically by asking whether she would prefer him to talk about military law instead. She becomes even more upset and says his personality takes after his father to such an unbelievable degree that the two of them will drive her crazy someday. He ignores her complaints and glances at another student who is surrounded by giggling noble girls while talking about dinosaur fossils. Leon wonders why his mother gets angry when he brings up military law, but finds it acceptable when Jerome rambles endlessly about fossils, since he cannot understand why dinosaurs are acceptable but military law is not. Before he can continue the argument in his mind, a calm voice speaks from behind him. He is his father. He tells him to listen carefully. He explains that every human being is just a chess piece when viewed by others, and what matters is whether one is treated as a pawn or a queen. He continues by saying that it does not matter whether people like you or not, and that one should not waste energy worrying about it because a man must learn how to strike before someone else strikes him. Leon listens quietly, thinking about how different his parents' teachings were, since his mother believed nobles must show refinement while his father believed men must show strength. He and his sibling were raised according to their parents' separate ideals, and because of that, he never felt truly upset about his mother's blatant favoritism. A window catches his attention, and he looks outside while thinking that the dreadfully dull party is about to begin. As he slips his hand into his pocket, the piece of chocolate Grace gave him falls slightly forward, and he picks it up while recalling her cheerful voice, telling him she would come again and stare at him. Only then, he realizes that he never asked for her name. He leaves the classroom, walks toward the garden outside the villa, and looks around the spot where she usually appears. Even though she said she would come back, she does not show up, and he tilts his head upward toward the tree she once climbed. He tells himself that it does not matter, because if she does not come to see him, then he will simply go look for her himself. Leon leaves the villa on a bicycle just as the evening breeze moves across the path, and he rides quickly because he has made up his mind not to attend the dull party waiting behind him. As he pedals forward, Jerome suddenly appears behind him, calling out, asking where he is going when the party has already started. Leon keeps riding, but Jerome moves in front of him and blocks the road, insisting he must attend since these are the people their mother wants him to meet. Leon stops, makes a displeased face, and looks at Jerome with an expression that says he refuses to be lectured. Jerome grows confused and asks what Leon thinks he will achieve by glaring at him like that. Does he really believe it will make an older brother back down? Leon calmly tells him that since their mother so badly wishes Jerome were the eldest son, he can take his place tonight and fulfill the role of the dutiful heir, and with that, Leon pushes past him and leaves. Jerome shouts behind him not to order him around like a subordinate and demands he come back, but Leon ignores him, riding down the path until Jerome's voice disappears completely. The scene shifts to a small street near the beach where Grace stands in front of a shop counter, holding an empty hand toward the shopkeeper, asking politely if she could possibly get this on credit. She explains that the heat is terrible, she is thirsty, and she promises she will pay tomorrow. But the shopkeeper turns his face away and tells her he does not give handouts to beggars. Grace lowers her gaze and says she is not a beggar, she swears she will repay him. Before she can say anything else, someone steps behind her and speaks firmly to the shopkeeper. Leon stands there, telling the man he is being rude, not only refusing to help a lady in distress, but humiliating her. The shopkeeper stiffens in surprise when he realizes this young lady is known to young Master Winston. He apologizes nervously and asks what he can prepare for him. Leon places a gentle hand on Grace's shoulder and orders a bottle of sparkling water, the Appenzeller shale type, then turns to Grace and asks softly what she wants. She hesitates, confused for a moment, then quietly says she wants an ice cream. Her face reddens as she admits it. After a moment, the shopkeeper brings the items and Leon hands her the ice cream with a calm voice, saying strawberry suits the lady perfectly. Grace takes it shyly, unsure what expression she should make. She looks at him as he drinks his sparkling water and thinks to herself that nobles are often called greedy pigs by adults. Yet she does not really understand why, because this boy seems different, and she feels that she likes him. While looking at his face, she murmurs that he is just like a prince. Leon instantly spits out his water, startled, and wipes his face with his handkerchief while asking why she did not come earlier to see him. Grace brightens suddenly and asks if he was waiting for her. His face turns red, he turns away, and claims he was not waiting, he just had nothing else to do. Grace's expression falls, her excitement turning to disappointment, and Leon notices it, and silently regrets not answering honestly. He clears his throat and introduces himself, asking her about her name. Grace pauses for a moment, then softly says her name is Daisy. She asks if he lives here. He says no, he is only staying at the vacation house, then asks about her. She answers she is here for a family vacation, something like that. Leon frowns slightly and asks what she means by something like that. She says it is her first time here, so she is really excited, the sea is beautiful, and she wants to see everything. He notes she is on a family vacation, yet wandering the area alone without her parents. He asks if that is okay. She nods, saying they are busy. She then quickly stands up and says that to thank him for the ice cream, she should pick oranges for him, pointing at the trees above them. Leon's face immediately turns red as she proudly says she can climb trees very well and can get the oranges in no time. He stops her quickly and tells her not to climb a tree while wearing a skirt. She asks why not. He answers that it is improper. She frowns and asks why that would be improper. He hesitates, then looks at her and mutters the word pink. Grace becomes confused, not understanding at first, until the memory floods back into her mind. The day she fell from the tree and Leon caught her while she was wearing pink underwear. She freezes and her face burns in humiliation. She shouts at him, calling him a pervert. He answers that this is exactly why he did not want to bring it up, but she keeps glaring at him anyway while he stands embarrassed but also helpless. The scene shifts again. In a car parked near a secluded road, Leon's father sits inside with a woman with long blonde hair, her fingers brushing along his collar as she leans toward him. Her face is clearly illuminated by the fading sunlight, revealing that the woman is Grace's mother. Their closeness leaves no doubt about the inappropriate intimacy between them. The story moves to another scene, where a young Grace leans out of a window, lost in her own thoughts as the sunlight fills the room. Behind her, her mother places luggage neatly one by one, her movements calm but purposeful. She calls Grace to listen carefully, her tone firm but warm. She explains that they are not here on vacation, they have come for a mission. Grace repeats the word mission softly, trying to understand. Then her eyes brighten as she asks if it is like the heroes she reads about in her books. Her mother smiles slightly and says yes, it is just like that. Those heroes saved the world, and they too have a task they must complete. And of course, Grace has a mission of her own as well. Grace turns to her eagerly, asking what her mission is. Her mother places a finger gently on Grace's lips and tells her that she may play freely like other children who visit for holidays, but she must never reveal her real name, no matter whom she meets. Grace becomes confused immediately and asks why she cannot say her true name. Her mother answers that just like the heroes in her storybooks, she must keep her identity a secret. Before Grace can ask anything else, a man appears behind her mother and informs her that it is time and she must not forget why they are here. Her mother nods, gives Grace one last look, and leaves the room. After she is gone, the man murmurs that this time they must get close to the Winston family and extract the information they need, leaving the young Grace standing silently in the doorway. The scene shifts back to the present moment with Leon and Grace at the villa. Leon calls her by the name she gave him, Daisy, and reminds her that she said she wanted to repay him for the ice cream. He walks toward his bicycle and tells her not to worry about repayment, she can simply come hang out with him. Grace becomes confused and asks where they are going. Leon says he cannot expect himself to ride that long road alone, and he points toward a distant hill where a Ferris wheel rises against the sky. He begins walking ahead, and Grace stands still for a moment, watching him with uncertain eyes. She remembers overhearing that noble children often hire companions just to play with them, and she suddenly wonders if this is something like that. Frustration rises inside her, and she crosses her arms, thinking he must not see her as anything special. Meanwhile, Leon walks ahead feeling embarrassed, muttering to himself that he has never done something like this before. He is unsure whether he is doing it right, and if he had known this situation would happen, he would have paid more attention to how Jerome handles people. Soon it is evening, and both of them reach the small amusement area near the hill. The lights flicker on one by one as the sky turns orange. They try the rides one at a time, and Leon helps her each time like a polite gentleman, offering his hand when she steps down or steadying her when she wobbles at the end of a spinning ride. Each time their hands touch, Grace's face warms and she quickly looks away. Still, she cannot hide her smile whenever she catches him glancing at her. At one point, Leon asks what she is looking at so intently. She simply smiles and says she sees something pretty. He looks at her with confusion, but she avoids explaining and continues walking, her expression calm but her heart fluttering lightly. They enter the haunted house next. Grace walks in bravely at first, but as the inside darkens, her courage dissolves. She clings to Leon's arm, trembling. When a ghost prop suddenly drops in front of them, she screams loudly and throws her arms around him, insisting they cannot let go of each other no matter what. Leon looks down at her, clinging tightly to him, and wonders how he could even think of letting go when she holds on with such desperate strength. So he wraps his arm around her and guides her carefully through the darkness. She remains close, shivering each time a figure appears, and he keeps her steady until they finally step back outside into the evening air. Next, they stop at the shooting game booth. Leon takes the toy gun, focuses, and hits every target with ease. Grace's eyes widen in admiration as she watches each shot land perfectly. She tells him in amazement that even her brother and Jimmy never succeeded at this. Leon becomes flustered and looks away, telling her it is not that impressive. Even though his ears turn red, he wins a stuffed dolphin and hands it to her. Her face lights up instantly as she holds it close. Later, her attention turns toward a shop of sweets. She buys one piece, holds it out, and says they should eat together. Leon says he is not really into sweets, but she begins to eat it cheerfully anyway. She enjoys it enough that he ends up watching her without meaning to. Finally, he decides to take it. They share the sweets, their faces warming with embarrassment as the sweetness lingers between them. Leon thinks to himself how fresh and soft the taste is, and wonders quietly if a kiss might taste similar. As he watches Grace, something inside him shifts. Almost without realizing it, he reaches forward and touches her cheek lightly. She freezes, startled by the gentle pressure of his fingers. Leon hesitates for only a moment. Then he slowly takes her hand with his expression serious but unsteady as he steps closer. Grace looks up at him, her eyes wide, her breath caught between fear and anticipation, and the space between them narrows in a slow, uncertain silence. Leon leans closer to Grace, and she immediately shuts her eyes in embarrassment, expecting something she cannot explain. He slows down, hesitating for a moment, and then gently brushes her hair as he tells her she has something stuck in it. Grace quickly lowers her head, flustered, while Leon also turns slightly red, realizing how close he came to doing something bold. The awkward feeling lingers between them as they continue walking side by side. They eventually stop in front of a small ornament shop, its glass windows glowing warmly under the evening lights. Grace's eyes widen when she notices a delicate bracelet placed neatly on a velvet pad. She thinks to herself how beautiful it looks, her gaze fixed on it with innocent admiration. Before she can say anything, Leon pulls out his wallet, saying the bracelet would look perfect on her. But she quickly shakes her head and tells him not to buy it. He pauses and asks why. Grace explains that her mother told her not to dress up too much. She grabs his hand and gently tugs him away from the shop, repeating that things like that are not allowed for her. Leon becomes confused. He wonders why her mother would say such a thing, because he knows girls from noble families are usually encouraged to dress up and show themselves beautifully. But Grace is clearly uncomfortable, so he softly says, "All right." Then he places a hand on her head and tells her she does not need accessories anyway, because she looks fine as she is. She stops walking and stares at his face with surprise. Leon smiles, telling her she has the sea in her eyes as if she carries a piece of the ocean with her. Her face instantly turns red. She cannot understand how he can say something so gentle and poetic so casually, and she finds herself unable to look away from him. Afterward, they reach the entrance of the Ferris wheel, only to find an operator saying it is closed for the day. The operator tells them they will have to come back tomorrow. Leon immediately reaches for his wallet again and tells the man he will pay 5 times the price. Without waiting for a reply, he hands over the money. The operator hesitates, then gives in, and soon Grace and Leon are seated inside one of the Ferris wheel cabins as it begins to rise slowly into the evening sky. Grace presses her face to the window and excitedly tells him she can see the sea from up there. Suddenly, the cabin jolts slightly and she instinctively flinches toward him. Their shoulders bump, their hands brush, and their faces end up only inches apart. The blush rises immediately on both of them. Out of nervousness, she bites her lip a little too hard. Leon notices instantly and tells her she is bleeding. Grace says it is fine, she can wipe it off. But Leon leans forward, takes her face gently, and tells her to wait. Then he kisses her. In that moment, he finally discovers what he has been thinking about all day: the warmth, the sweetness, the softness of her lips. The taste reminds him of something fresh like a candy apple and something warm like a strong cup of coffee, and somehow even sweeter than both. Grace's eyes widen as she pulls back slightly, saying that it is too much. She reminds him this is her first kiss, and he should not do something like that without saying anything. She looks down, a little disappointed. Leon panics, worried she did not like it. He asks her hesitantly, and she turns her face away, avoiding his eyes. After a moment, she smiles softly and says she did like it, touching his face with a shy hand. Hearing that, Leon gathers courage again and asks if they should do it once more. Grace blushes, hesitates, then gently says yes. They lean toward each other, sharing a quiet and gentle second kiss inside the slowly moving cabin. Later, they wander through the quiet path leading away from the amusement park. The sun has already set, and the lights around them flicker softly. Leon comments that this place is quite far from his villa and asks whether she walks this whole distance every day. They are still holding hands without thinking about it, and Grace simply replies yes. Leon then asks if she walks all that way just to see him. She nods lightly and says yes again. His heart tightens with a sudden mixture of joy and regret. He thinks to himself that he should have spoken to her sooner. They could have spent more days like this instead of constantly walking past each other. He looks at her and asks when she is going back home, because he will be here for at least another month. Grace stops for a second as her mother's warning echoes in her head. Don't forget why they are here. She feels torn for a moment, then tells Leon she does not know, giving him no specific answer. They continue walking hand in hand, the silence between them soft and warm. Grace looks ahead quietly and thinks to herself that she wishes neither of them had to go back home at all. Under the quiet night sky, after they walk only a short distance, Leon turns to her and says softly that they should hang out again tomorrow, calling her Daisy with a hopeful smile. Grace freezes, confused, because she knows she must tell him the truth. She looks away, lowers her head, and tries to gather courage. She smiles faintly and begins to say that the truth is, but before she can finish, headlights suddenly flash behind them. A car pulls up, honking for them to move aside. Inside the car sits Leon's father, who looks utterly shocked to see his son out there with a girl. Leon is equally startled and stiffens on the spot. Grace, on the other hand, grows pale instantly. She hides behind Leon as if she is being hunted, her fingers trembling as she clutches the back of his shirt. Then her breath catches, because in the same car, sitting beside Leon's father, is her mother. Grace's eyes widen as she realizes something terrifying. The mission target the adults kept mentioning is Leon's father. Her heart begins to pound painfully. She whispers to herself that she is finished, absolutely finished. Memories rush into her mind, the memory of her brother being beaten as punishment. She remembers her father's furious voice asking him how he dares associate with those filthy pigs, telling him he should focus on their cause, shouting that if he ever catches him with that girl again, the punishment this time will feel like mercy. Grace begins to tremble violently. She thinks her fate will be the same. Just like her brother, she will be beaten, punished, humiliated. Leon feels her trembling and gently grabs her hand. He tells her not to be scared, reassuring her that it is only his father, so nothing bad will happen to her. But Grace snaps. She slaps his hand away as if it burns her. She throws the stuffed dolphin he won for her right at his face. He stands there shocked, hurt, and completely confused. Grace begins shouting, calling him a filthy pig. Leon steps forward, bewildered, asking what she means, but she pulls herself away from him violently and tells him not to touch her ever again, calling him disgusting. Then she turns around and runs into the darkness, leaving him standing in place, stunned and speechless. Leon's father peeps out of the car and orders him to return to the villa immediately. He warns him not to let his mother find out that he was seen out there. Leon stands frozen for a moment, still trying to understand what just happened. As the car drives past him, he turns his head and catches a brief, tense glimpse of Grace's mother inside. Later that night, when Leon enters the villa, his mother immediately begins scolding him harshly. She shouts that he has been nothing but trouble since the day he was born, and now he is trying to ruin her again. She tells him she had a very important meeting today, and he has ruined her mood completely. She asks him where he has been and if he ever listens when an adult speaks. Then she declares he is grounded for a week. Leon stands silently, his eyes dull with disappointment. As his mother points her finger at him, he remembers Grace calling him a filthy pig. The words echo in his head like a wound being pressed again and again. After his mother storms off, Leon is seen sitting on the floor against the door, staring blankly at his hands, wondering what he did so wrong. He begins remembering Grace smiling at him earlier, laughing with him, holding his hand. He cannot make sense of how everything fell apart so suddenly. He sits like that for a long time, alone in the hallway with his head buried between his knees, feeling the weight of confusion and heartbreak pressed down on him. The next morning, the pain refuses to leave him. Leon gets up early and climbs the hill where he usually meets Daisy. He tells himself he must see her. He needs to ask her directly what he did wrong. If it was his fault, he will apologize. But if she truly did something wrong, then he will demand an apology from her too. He tightens his fists with determination as he walks upward. Suddenly, he slows down, his brows furrowing as he spots something unusual lying on the road. He steps closer and realizes it is a wheel. He wonders why it is lying there. Then he sees the broken glass scattered nearby. His heartbeat quickens. He wonders if there has been a car accident. As he walks forward, a terrible smell begins to rise, the metallic scent of blood. He covers his nose instinctively and moves closer, his chest tightening in dread. Then he sees it, a car crushed beyond recognition, its frame twisted violently. Leon feels his stomach drop. His footsteps grow heavy as he approaches the wreck. He looks inside the car, eyes widening with horror. His father lies motionless inside, covered in blood, barely recognizable. Leon's expression shifts from confusion to devastation. His lips tremble as he whispers the word, "Father?" a small, broken question to a man who can no longer answer. The scene opens inside a moving train, the rhythmic rattle humming in the background as Grace sits silently. Her face is downcast, her shoulders slumped, and she looks lost in regret. She keeps remembering the moment she screamed at Leon and called him a filthy pig. The scene replays in her mind again and again, the look of hurt and confusion on his face haunting her. She whispers to herself in frustration, telling herself that the kid even called her pretty, and in return she threw those horrible words at him. The shame burns inside her. Nearby, one of the men who traveled with her family suddenly hits a surface with his fist. He curses loudly, saying he didn't mean to go that far. He swears he never intended to kill him. Grace's father, standing beside him, immediately warns him to keep his voice down. His face is cold and stern as he tells the man to calm down because other passengers might hear something. The man keeps muttering that things would not have escalated if Winston hadn't run his mouth in the first place. Grace covers her ears, unable to bear hearing any of this. She curls into herself, trembling, the voices around her echoing like thunder in her skull. Then the scene slips into a flashback, back to that dreadful night. Grace had been hiding under a blanket in her room, pressing her hands tightly over her ears to block out the sounds. She had wanted to disappear, to stop existing, because she already sensed something terrible was happening. In another room nearby, the same man from the train was beating Leon's father brutally, demanding to know where the comrades of the revolution were hiding. Leon's father had been bleeding heavily, his face wounded, yet he still mocked them. He told them all their comrades were dead and that more would continue to die. He called them pathetic revolutionaries and spat that their worthless sons would be torn apart next. Those words pushed the man over the edge. Furious, he grabbed a hammer lying close by and struck Leon's father, telling him to shut his mouth. The sound of that blow, even muffled through walls, drilled deeply into Grace's memory. It haunts her even now. The scene shifts again. Two revolutionaries are dragging Leon's father's car to set up the fake accident. Grace is standing with her mother nearby, everything inside her shaking. She tries to approach her mother, wanting comfort, wanting explanation, but her mother simply tells her it was an accident. Grace stands frozen, covering her ears again, expecting a slap or a scolding. Instead, when she looks up, she finally sees the car, crushed, soaked in the smell of blood, horrifyingly broken. Her mother gently rests a hand on her shoulder and tells her not to be afraid. She says that it was a choice they had to make. Everything they do is for the sake of the new world. Back in the present, the same man angrily mutters that the bastard son said he saw Grace's mother. He growls that they should have taken care of him too. Grace lifts her head sharply, eyes widening in shock. She becomes furious inside, begging in her heart for them not to kill Leon. She thinks desperately that he is a good boy. She repeats uselessly, silently, over and over, "Don't kill him. Please don't kill him." Her mother then speaks calmly, saying it doesn't matter anymore. The boy probably didn't see her face, and even if he did, he is just a child. Grace's father adds that even if the boy recognizes them, it's too late to change anything now. He mutters that he already blew their budget by booking second class for the family, just to make the escape look believable. The man from earlier sighs, saying he feels awful. Grace's mother replies coldly that it is already over and regrets won't fix anything. She tells him to focus on what comes next instead of dwelling on what has passed. Later that evening, Grace lies on her thin bed in the train's compartment, staring blankly at the ceiling. Her mother steps inside and hands her a chocolate bar, saying she barely ate earlier and should at least have this. Grace takes it slowly, then quietly asks her mother a painful question. When she grows up, does she have to kill that boy with her own hands? Her mother's eyes widen. She immediately pulls Grace into a hug, whispering nothing but holding her tightly. Grace closes her eyes and breathes in deeply. Her mother smells warm, familiar. She gave her chocolate today and even hugged her. Maybe, Grace thinks to herself, maybe her mother doesn't hate her after all. She smiles faintly, thanking God for this small moment. But then, her mother speaks again, words that shatter Grace's small hope. Her mother whispers that she should have sent Grace to the orphanage back then. She should have just let her go. Grace freezes, her eyes widen, and one day she overhears her mother shouting, saying they should send Grace to the orphanage. Her father shouting back that he changed his mind, saying who knew she would turn out to be such a useless brat. He told her mother to send her away, send her right now. Grace whispers to herself that father and mother, they do not love her. Is it because she begged them not to kill that boy? Because she failed at being a revolutionary and could not kill an enemy? Is that why they want to get rid of her? The scene shifts. Someone is standing beside her, shaking her gently, telling her to snap out of it and asking what the hell happened back there. But Grace is lost in her mind. She thinks only one thing now. She will do it. She will kill him. So please don't abandon her. Please. The funeral of Major Richard Winston takes place under a gray sky, and the atmosphere is heavy with mourning. People stand around the ceremony in silence, but Grace hides behind a tree with her hands clenched. She watches Leon standing beside his mother, expression stiff and pale, and she hopes desperately that he will not notice her. Yet the moment his gaze lifts, it lands directly on her. Fear rushes through her chest as she steps forward and tries to speak, but he narrows his eyes and walks toward her with trembling anger. He tells her this is all her fault, that she killed his father. She shakes her head quickly, repeating softly that she didn't, but he calls her a liar and asks how she could do something so terrible when he liked her. The weight of those words crushes her completely, and she turns away, running as tears stream down her face while she keeps crying that it wasn't her, she is telling the truth, and she is not the one to blame. The scene shifts. Grace now sits alone on a cold floor, staring at a newspaper spread across her lap. Big headlines stretch across the front page. The tragedy of the Winston family. With the entire nation in mourning, the funeral of Major Richard Winston is held. Another bold line announces that the execution of key rebel leaders coincides with the funeral. Beneath it, the article states that following the honorable death of his father, the eldest son of the Winston family vows to eradicate the rebels. Grace folds the newspaper slowly, her fingers tightening until the page crinkles. Her face darkens, and she trembles as she mutters that the adults already said it. Those filthy pigs of the monarchy will kill all of their families sooner or later, and she repeats again that they are right. She whispers that Leon's father deserves to die because he is a noble, and that means Leon is bad too, a filthy monarchy pig, just like the rest of them. She tries forcing these words into her mind again and again, using them like a shield to bury her guilt and fear, repeating the mantra because it is the only way to make herself believe that hating him is allowed. Time passes, and eventually she is no longer the frightened child hiding behind trees. She stands tall in the Winston mansion, dressed as a maid, and introduces herself calmly. Her name is Sally Bristol, and she will be assigned to the annex for now. Leon looks at her with an unreadable expression and thinks that she is simply a new maid, which is good. A small grin forms as he believes that with an additional servant, using the torture chamber freely will become even easier. Grace stands outside that chamber one day and listens to the faint sounds behind the thick walls, telling herself that she no longer needs to lie. Hating the boy who has turned into exactly the kind of person she repeated about in her mantras becomes easy. She reminds herself that just as she rose fueled by her hatred, the boy rose too, shaped by heartbreak and grief. On the day he lost his father, the same day his first love shattered, the child he used to be disappears. The memory of his father's funeral returns. His mother scolds him angrily, telling him that in times like this he must carry himself properly and asking if he understands how many people are watching. Her voice only becomes background noise as he overhears whispering from the crowd. One person says it is the son who discovered the body. Another wonders if he mentioned what he saw. Someone else claims Winston was bewitched by a woman. At the mention of a woman, Leon's hands curl tightly because he thinks immediately of Grace's mother. He tells himself that she is the one who killed his father and swears that he will kill her and make her pay for everything she ruined. Later that afternoon, he sits alone in the courtyard with blood covering his hands. A bird lies crushed in front of him, and he stares at it, wondering quietly if this is how his father felt in his final moment. His mother watches from the window, her expression filled with dread, and she whispers that it is too early, but they have no other choice. She orders the servants to send his application to the military academy because with the eldest son becoming like this, they must act before he breaks completely. Years slide by in silence. One day a car pulls up in front of the mansion, and two men step out, opening the back door. A young man climbs out, straight posture, sharp eyes, every movement disciplined. Words spread among the staff that he graduated at the top of the infamous academy. Someone whispers that no one knows how many people he killed. Another says he has been ruthless since childhood, and that is why they call him a vampire. But no one knows the truth. No one imagines that the feared vampire Captain Winston of Camden wakes every night, tormented by nightmares. In those dreams, a voice echoes endlessly, calling him filthy, calling him a pig, pushing the words into his skull until he feels suffocated. A demon always appears, one that reeks of blood and looks at him with eyes full of contempt. He wakes many nights with his breath caught in his throat, unable to escape the same repeating torment. One night, he jolts awake from another nightmare, sweat dripping down his back as he sits up sharply. His heart races as he stares into the dim room, trying to calm himself. Then he slowly turns toward the window. A shadow stands outside, still and silent. It is Grace. The moonlight outlines her face, and for a long moment, they simply stare at each other through the glass. The past they tried to bury rises between them, heavy and unavoidable, and the boy and girl, who once stood on opposite sides of a broken world, meet again in one breathless instant. Now back to present, Leon stands over Grace, blocking the faint light, and the first thing he says is a cold "Hello, Daisy," addressing her as his first love. His voice is calm. Too calm, and he admits he has spent a long time wondering why she once called him a pig, because he is not even fat. But yesterday, when he heard her say those words again, something finally clicks in his mind. Filthy pig of the monarchy. That is the word rebels use for royalists. Daisy, Grace Riddle, Sally Bristol, they are the same person. And there is only one conclusion. The girl he loved is a rebel. He grabs her hair without hesitation, yanking her head back, and tells her she played him that day, even though she knew her mother would kill his father. He asks if it was fun, if she enjoyed it, because back then, he says, she was just a girl who threw away her pride for her cause and could kiss anyone for it. Grace trembles so badly she can hardly breathe, and she begins to scream that she is not like that. She begs him to listen to her, but he cuts her off with a bitter laugh, saying that he was the stupid kid who fell for it. But things are different now, he continues, because now he knows she is a cold-blooded killer. Grace tells him in a shaking voice that she really did not know he was a Winston, that she did not even know her family's target was his father, but he calls her a liar. She keeps repeating that they did not mean to kill him, that it was an accident, and suddenly, his grip loosens. A slow grin stretches across his face because now he knows. She knew even that much. Grace freezes as he turns away from her. He takes out his gun, raises it, and points it at her. He asks her to tell him straight. Was she there the day his father died? She whispers no, she was not there, and he steps closer, sliding the cold barrel into her chest and asking if she tried to kill him too. She looks up at him with fear climbing through her throat and tells him she had no intention of killing him, that she has not lied about anything except her name. But inside, she is begging herself not to say more, because he does not know she almost revealed her real name to him long ago. Leon slowly lowers the gun and turns his back, but Grace insists again that she is not responsible for his father's death, even if he does not believe her. He turns around sharply and demands that if she truly is sorry, then tell him the truth about that day. She stares at the floor, hands trembling violently, because she knows she cannot tell him the real truth. If he finds out who was involved, it will unleash something far worse than anything happening now. So she sits there silently, unable to speak, and after a long moment she whispers an apology, saying she is truly sorry. He laughs at that, but there is no amusement in his eyes. He tells her that just like back then, even now, there is not a single shred of honesty in her. Finally, the pressure breaks her and she cries loudly, sobbing as she blurts out that it was Jonathan Riddle. But Leon only smiles, since he already knows that name belongs to a dead man. She tries again through tears. Patrick Pullman. He still smirks, saying she has this terrible habit of always playing hard to get, at least once. Then he pulls out his small diary and begins writing. Grace watches his hand move across the page and thinks to herself that he probably does not know Patrick Pullman is dead, but it does not matter. By the time he finds out, she will not be here anymore, because it has to end that way. She speaks again, forcing herself to list them, her mother, her father, Patrick, and says those three are involved. She swears she is telling the truth, but deep inside, she whispers that there is one more person still alive, someone she is not ready to name. Leon looks up at her and tells her not to forget that she herself is an accomplice for keeping silent all this time. She insists she was just a kid back then and asks what he even wants from her now. They are enemies, so what does he expect? An apology? That is when he grabs her by the throat, squeezing, lifting her off the ground as he tells her that an apology is the last thing he wants. He especially hopes she never expected some emotional reunion because he has none of that left inside him. He admits that he always thought he would snap Daisy's neck if he ever saw her again. But once he discovered Daisy was actually her, he decided he did not want to give her a clean death. Now he only wants to watch her suffer slowly. He finally drops her and she falls to the ground, coughing violently and grabbing at her throat while she tries to catch her breath. He stands over her coldly and says he already told her he has no intention of killing her cleanly. The procedure for physical examination is still left, he adds, and she should take it off. He sits down on the chair with a calm, controlling confidence while Grace stands in front of him, tense and helpless under his gaze. He orders her to hurry and take her clothes off, and the threat in his tone makes it clear that if she does not obey, he will do it himself. Humiliation washes over her as she slowly begins unbuttoning her shirt, her fingers trembling even though she tries to hide it. Leon watches her closely, and something sharp flickers in his eyes as if simply seeing her undress irritates him. Suddenly, he swings the whip without warning, the crack slicing through the room. He mocks her, saying she must be getting excited just from taking off her clothes, and he calls her utterly vulgar. He hits her again and again while she struggles to endure the blows, begging him internally to stop. But he orders her to keep going and take off everything without leaving a single piece of cloth. The scene shifts, and she now lies on a cold surface with her hands cuffed above her head. Her breathing is shallow. Leon studies her and says that moving her to this new location was a good decision because this place suits her even better. He walks toward the drawer and she watches him with confusion, trying to predict what new cruelty he is planning. When he opens it and pulls out a metal clipper, the confusion in her eyes immediately changes into terror. She starts trembling because she knows exactly what that instrument can do. He taunts her for pretending to be fearless before, telling her she is just a helpless human like everyone else. Grace reminds herself that she has gone through years of training meant to prepare agents to endure torture, but she also knows that training only teaches discipline. It never removes the pain. It teaches the mind to hold on, not the body to stop hurting. When he approaches her with the clipper, she braces herself as he seems ready to use it on her teeth, but he suddenly stops and she looks at him, confused and breathless. He leans closer and says they truly have a twisted relationship. First they sent a hooker to kill his father, and now they send him the daughter of that hooker. Before she can react, he lowers the clipper and uses it on her sensitive part. Pain tears through her, and she screams, unable to hold it back. Through the agony, she manages to tell him that if her mother was a hooker, then his father was nothing more than a pathetic soldier who met his end by someone's hand. He responds coldly, saying her mother must be proud in hell, proud that her daughter has failed her mission and ended up nothing more than a toy in his interrogation room. His face lowers to hers and he kisses her, a violent, invasive kiss that increases the intensity of the moment, suffocating her completely. When he stops, he asks if she knows what her parents did to his father. She stays silent because she genuinely has no answer. He tells her that if she does not know, then he will teach her himself. Her confusion returns, quickly becoming fear as she sees him reach to the side for something else. When she realizes, she begins trembling and sweating. She thinks to herself that there is no way he intends to use that on her, but he continues calmly, saying that Miss Riddle should already know how interrogation procedures work since she grew up around them. That should make everything easier. Terror floods her as she realizes what he means. She wonders in panic if he is really planning to perform Richard Winston's autopsy on her alive. She imagines the procedure he describes, tying revolutionaries down like corpses and ripping out fingernails, dislocating every finger joint, and reenacting step by step the autopsy performed on his father. He mentions the removal of the left scrotum, a method of torture that continues long past death, and the thought makes her want to scream. She does not want to die, not like that. He tells her not to get excited because he has not even read the first line of the report yet. He says they will start by pulling out all her nails, and then he mentions the scrotum again just to terrify her more. She begs internally, trembling uncontrollably. Her body is shaking so violently that it almost lifts off the table. She cries out, telling him to stop, but he only smiles. She watches that cruel smile and desperately thinks that if turning him on is the only way to survive, then she needs to do it. She pleads inside her mind for her body to react, for anything that might distract him from killing her. She finally forces out the question, asking if all of this is his revenge, and she reminds him his father was not humiliated like she was the day before. Her voice cracks as she speaks. Leon looks at her, unbothered, and slowly takes out his body part, and without hesitation, he pushes it into her mouth, continuing the assault as she struggles to breathe and survive another moment under his control. Leon looks down at Grace and suddenly asks if she even knows the definition of a hooker. The question shocks her, but before she can react, he forces himself into her again, explaining coldly that a hooker is a woman who sells her body for a price. His tone carries no emotion, just a cruel statement meant to crush whatever dignity she is still clinging to. Grace feels humiliation burn through her as she endures him. She tells herself that if selling her body is the price of survival, then so be it. She would rather remain alive as a hooker than die as a saint. That thought breaks something inside her, and tears start sliding down her face as she silently cries. A while later, Leon stands over her, holding a notebook. He begins writing as if she is nothing more than an object for documentation. He asks her what she thinks about her chest, wondering if it would be appropriate to describe them in his report as feeling like squeezable marshmallows. He wants to phrase it perfectly so anyone reading the file can picture her body clearly. He warns her mockingly to try not to get too excited because he is being serious right now, and then he lowers his mouth to her skin. He licks her slowly, almost thoughtfully, and says that marshmallows truly is the best description because she tastes just as soft and sweet. Grace screams at him to stop, but he claims he wants to stop and her body simply refuses to let him go. He tells her that the scrawny little girl he once knew has grown into quite a tease, and he finds it impressive. Grace thinks bitterly that the little boy she knew has turned into a vicious brute, something far more horrifying than she could have imagined. A smile stretches across Leon's face as he studies her. He asks her who her first partner was and orders her to give a truthful answer because this is all part of the official investigation. Since it is official, she must use his full name. Grace complies, trembling but still defiant, and says the name Leon Winston. He responds with sharp mockery, calling it an important remark. Then he twists the insult further by telling her she must enjoy mating with dogs if she considers him her first. He says he never knew she was into dogs and asks if she wants him to bring in the military hounds. He would even let her pick her favorite. Grace forces a pained smile and says that any choice would be fine as long as it is not the mutt standing in front of her. Her insult darkens his expression instantly. Without warning, he grabs one of her feet, the sudden movement startling her. Confusion flashes across her face right before he forces himself into her again, ignoring her cries as she demands to know what he is doing and orders him to let her go. He says it is a pity because she seems so desperate, yet the only mutt he can offer right now is the one already between her legs. He keeps going, relentless, and the room fills with the sound of her struggling breath. He tells her that the whole situation is amusing because while she insists she wants him to stop, her body is telling him a completely different story. His words are meant to break her further, to twist her reactions into shame. Grace thinks to herself that as horrible as this is, it is still better than the torture he threatened earlier. She clings to that single, fragile truth to endure him. Leon gently brushes her hair, almost mockingly tender now, and asks what he should call her. He murmurs the names Sally, Daisy, Grace. Grace screams as her body trembles uncontrollably, and Leon watches her with a cold, assessing look. He asks her if it hurts and says that if things are not done neatly, others in the facility might notice that someone else has already handled her. He adds that once something changes like this, it may never return to its original state. His words strike like knives, and he accuses her of thinking he is pathetic, as if there is no man easier to fool than him. A fool who fell for her tricks twice. Grace pushes back with shaky breath, insisting she never tried to lure him into anything. She tells him sharply that he acted on his own impulses, coming at her like a wild, desperate creature, and that if he wants to throw blame, he should at least admit his own mistakes. Her words make Leon pause. The shock on his face lasts only a moment before a slow smile forms. He tells himself that she is right. Whether at Abington Beach or here, he was always the one chasing after her. Grace continues, saying he was the one who lost control and chased her like a dog. So why is he pretending she is responsible? Leon cuts her off by saying that yesterday was a deal, today is force. But from this moment onward, he proposes something different. Whoever loses control first loses the bet. If she wins, he will let her go. Grace smiles faintly, wondering if he truly means it, although she does not allow herself to trust such a promise. He warns her not to celebrate yet, because if she loses, she must accept the consequences without complaint. He begins to kiss her, calling her by her real name, Grace, and she reminds herself that the next goal for someone in her position, after basic survival, is freedom. She tells herself that she must endure, not emotionally, but decisively, if she wants to escape him. He moves closer again, breathing heavily, and comments that her reactions today feel different from yesterday and that she adapts quickly, almost too quickly. He mocks her for learning fast, calling it an impressive ability for someone in her position. Grace ignores his taunts and focuses on her plan. She keeps repeating in her mind that she must win this bet, that a little more endurance is all she needs. But suddenly, Leon makes another move. She gasps, losing control, and cries out that what he is doing is cheating. Leon only laughs and asks when they ever agreed to set rules in this challenge. She tells him she hates what he is doing and begs him to stop, but he refuses, moving forward with the intention of breaking her resolve. She planned to humiliate him with a decisive victory, yet his pace shifts everything out of her control. He tells her to just let go, and her eyes widen with panic. She repeats no, but the outcome crashes over her anyway. Shame overtakes her, and she tells herself that in the end, all she earned was failure drenched in humiliation. Leon looks down at her and asks if she really believed she could manipulate him so easily when she cannot even fully command her own body. He promises that she will pay for thinking she could defeat him with such a reckless plan. Leon continues using her, and Grace's strength fades until her limbs feel like they might collapse beneath her. He tells her it is not over yet and orders her to put some strength into her arms. She tries to breathe through the exhaustion and reminds herself that they will probably transfer her soon. Rescue will come, she tells herself. She just has to endure a little longer. She repeats it in her mind. Just hold on, just a little more. After some time passes, Leon steps into the shower, while Grace lies there completely drained, unable to move. When he returns and prepares to leave, she weakly calls for him to hold on, wanting to speak. But the moment her voice reaches him, anger sparks across his face. He turns her around sharply and tells her she gets 3 meals a day, so if she wants anything specific, she only needs to tell the soldier on duty. He says cleaning the room is supposed to be her job, so she should make sure to do it properly from now on. She wonders why he is listing rules as if she is staying long-term. He adds that she probably won't need to wear much in here, but she should hand her laundry to the soldier on duty anyway. Grace thinks this makes no sense. Why is he explaining daily tasks to her when she will be moved soon, maybe even tomorrow? Why is he acting as if she will still be here? Then he delivers the final rule. Unless something urgent happens, he will personally handle her interrogation and her training. She repeats the word training in confusion. He looks at her with a cold smirk and says she may have the body of a high-class courtesan, but her skills are worthless, and he cannot believe her leader sent her here without even teaching her the basics. His tone carries a cruel amusement, as if he finds her inadequacy entertaining. He turns to leave, and in desperation she asks him to stop, telling him they need to talk. He stops only to remind her that she is in no position to give him orders. From now on, he says, she will wear the stockings he bought for her because he prefers his women to show a bit of class. Then he leaves without giving her another glance. Grace collapses again, tears streaming as she begs the empty room to let her go. The room remains silent, and only her shaky breaths fill the air. Later that night, another officer welcomes Leon into his office. Leon tells the man to end his shift. The officer hesitates and then asks what Leon plans to do with Grace Riddle. Leon repeats the name as if he is hearing it for the first time. Without expression, he pulls out a lighter, sets her file on fire, and asks who that person is supposed to be. The officer is taken aback, unable to understand. Leon drops the burning file onto the floor and casually states that Sally Bristol left the mansion that morning due to her lack of skill. The officer bows slightly and says he understands. He will inform the guards accordingly. Leon lights a cigarette and adds that the torture room has been shut down. When the officer asks why, Leon tells him a ghost started appearing, a woman's spirit who answers to the name Daisy. When Leon is alone again, he thinks about the name Daisy, a sweet little word that never suited a girl with such a fiery nature. Sally is another cute name that doesn't match the sharp-witted brat she was pretending to be. Grace fits even less, he thinks, a disastrous woman who crashed straight into his carefully controlled life. There is nothing graceful about her. But, he concludes, none of it matters. Whatever name she has or had, she belongs to him now. In another place far from the Winston estate, the letter Leon sent finally reaches Jimmy. He unfolds it, and his face freezes as he reads Leon's mocking message. The letter addresses him formally to the esteemed James Blanchard Jr., and Leon writes that he has had a most satisfying time with the woman Jimmy sent, describing her crudely and thanking him for being so generous as to offer up his own fiancée. Leon claims he has even prepared a special solitary cell for her, adding that even with her body defiled by him, she still believes she can bear the heir of the Blanchard family, the so-called royal family of the Revolution. If Jimmy wants to cling to that hope, Leon writes, he should visit soon, because if he delays, she might already be carrying Leon's child. The letter ends with a final taunt, hurry. Jimmy's expression darkens instantly. The woman sitting beside him tries to console him quietly, while a man across the table mutters a prayer that God may watch over the child Leon mentioned. Another man snorts and asks what this even is. The hound they sent to bite ended up being beaten instead. His irritation fills the room. Jimmy is shaking with fury, but the man quickly adds that at least Grace is still alive. The real tragedy, he says, is Wilkins. That father is preparing the funeral of his own son, Fred. Jimmy clenches his fists so tightly they tremble. He thinks bitterly that they had been so close to retreating safely. In a flashback, he remembers Fred's panicked face, badly injured, warning him that they must go back immediately. They need to leave now. Jimmy had asked what happened, reminding him they had not received any new orders. But Fred had insisted they were exposed. Leon Winston knew everything. This was not the time to stand idle. A short while later, Fred vanished without a trace. The next day, his body was found in a trench. In the middle of all this uncertainty, there is only one thing Jimmy is absolutely sure of. Grace is not responsible for what happened. Everyone here knows that. But the damage is done. Their first rescue plan has failed. Jimmy suggests ordering Peter to monitor Winston's movements while deploying a team near Winsford to intercept the transport. A man warns that the Winsford safe house might have been exposed, but the woman replies that there has been no suspicious activity. Nancy confirmed no surveillance or tails. Another member insists they should secure a new safe house before sending the rescue team. Before he can complete the thought, another man interrupts sharply. Grace knows too much, he says. The room goes still. He turns to Jimmy and asks if sometimes death holds more value than letting someone live. Jimmy goes silent. The woman counters firmly that Grace has not even fulfilled her role yet. Losing Fred is already a huge blow. Another man agrees. Grace is too valuable a card to discard. But someone argues that this card is now in the military's hands. Leaving her alive might expose all of them. Jimmy admits that if the military realizes her worth, they might use her as propaganda. The man across from him says no, they would simply eliminate her. Another person at the table raises a hand, telling everyone to calm down. Grace is loyal to them, he says, so the kindest thing they can do is give her a peaceful death. Jimmy's jaw tightens. A man stands beside him and places a hand on his shoulder, asking what Jimmy thinks his father would have chosen in a situation like this. Another man adds coldly that there are plenty of women. When Angie was alive, Jimmy had held his ground, but his father had always opposed his engagement to a girl with tainted blood. The woman insists Jimmy is their supreme commander. He must put the cause above personal feelings. Another man agrees. Every person here has sacrificed someone they love. Jimmy feels the pressure crushing him from all directions. He lowers his head, silent for a long moment, then touches his face and says he understands their stance. But how do they deliver such an order? The man beside him reminds him they have Peter. Jimmy replies that Peter cannot get inside the Winston estate. The man smiles coldly and says he didn't mean sending a messenger. He means hiding the order inside the supplies headed to the interrogation room. Grace herself prepared the inventory list. She will be looking for specific items. Jimmy trembles, then finally says he understands. He will contact Peter. Inside, he whispers to himself, "Forgive him, Grace. Everything he does is for the future they dreamed of together. Please understand." Meanwhile, back in the Winston mansion, the Grand Duchess looks at Leon proudly, saying how handsome he looks all dressed up and wishing he would dress like this more often. Once he receives his noble title, she wants him to quit the military altogether. But Leon thinks to himself that the Grand Duke only wants a military liaison in the family, which is why this engagement is happening. Yet the Grand Duchess expects him to quit. He wonders if she even understands her own ambitions. His eyes drift to a tree nearby, and he walks over to break off some flowers. The Grand Duchess scolds him, saying that is hardly a dignified gift for the Grand Duke's daughter. Leon thinks it is already May and wonders what kind of face Grace would make if she knew the lilacs were in bloom, that woman who never cared to remember dates or seasons. The Grand Duchess then brings up the closed interrogation room, saying it was wise to shut it down, but she doesn't understand why guards remain stationed at the annex. Leon says that is military business and she should not ask. She reminds him this mansion is not fully his. He replies sharply that the Winston estate is his business. He is the head of the house. She sighs, saying he always acted wisely and she would have entrusted all family matters to him, as she once did, if he had not mentioned absurd things like keeping a maid as a mistress. She says she is utterly ashamed. His expression turns cold. He tells her not to worry. She will never see that woman again. No one will. The Grand Duchess becomes startled, then quietly says she will trust him. They continue walking while, far away in the silent torture room, Grace sits alone, waiting in darkness, unaware of the death sentence hidden inside her next delivery. After some time, Grace slowly cleans the room even though her ankles are tied and she cannot move freely. She tries to focus on her work, but she still feels scared and tired. Suddenly, she senses someone behind her, and when she turns, she sees Leon standing there silently. He steps on the cloth she is using and tells her to take off her clothes. She listens because she knows she has no choice. When she stands in front of him, Leon begins talking in his usual cold voice. He asks her if she really believed that a small group of people like her comrades could start a real revolution. He says a movement without public support is not a revolution, it is just a rebellion. He says even big revolutions fail when their leaders are corrupt and cause chaos. He reminds her she studied history, so she should already know this. Grace tells herself she will not listen to him. She will not let him change her beliefs. She thinks the books he mentions are full of lies anyway. Leon becomes angry when she ignores him. He hits her and says he is giving her valuable information, and she is acting like a rude child who does not appreciate anything. He tells her to think of her comrades and to stop wasting her life. He says she should stop being brainwashed and see the truth. Grace immediately understands what he is trying to do. He wants her to reveal their base. She thinks to herself, no chance. So she answers that she does not know. Leon stares at her and stays quiet for a moment. Then he suddenly grabs her ear and pulls her closer. He asks her if she forgot her own name. He says if the Riddle family's daughter does not know where the base is, then who would? Grace becomes angry too. She tells him she moved around a lot because of her parents' missions, and she never knew the base location. She says orders always came by phone. Leon pauses, then asks her if her engagement to Jimmy was arranged by phone too. She answers that her engagement was something the adults decided, not her. Leon goes silent for a moment. Then he continues questioning her. He asks who her master is. Grace says nothing. He hits her again. When he asks again, she stays silent. His anger grows and he hits her more. Grace finally shouts Leon Winston's name, but he says that is not the right answer. He calls her a rescued rat who refuses to obey. He says maybe her brain is not getting enough blood and she is forgetting things, and he will help her remember. He then takes a rope in his hand, preparing to tie her again, while ordering her to think carefully about what she should be telling her master. At this point, the scene shifts. The Grand Duchess is showing the Duke a new painting she bought at the royal auction. She tells him it is an honor to share the moment with him. The Duke calmly sips his tea and listens. Leon sits at the same long table behind them. He looks tired and tries not to yawn. His fiancée Rosaline and Jerome sit nearby. Jerome asks Rosaline what she thinks about investing in a diamond mine. Rosalind replies she is not interested in mine investments. Jerome comments that women usually do not know much about investing anyway. Rosalind ignores the insult and talks about yesterday's Winsford Herald newspaper. She says she read an article mocking Professor Chadwick's rocket engine theory. She says the article was poorly written, insulting, and lacked basic knowledge. She asks Jerome if he agrees with that kind of writing. Jerome becomes embarrassed and apologizes. He says he will order the journalist to research properly and publish a corrected article with an apology. Then, the Duke joins the table and thanks the editor for another article about the Bria Diamond Mine project. He says that article helped his own investments. He adds that even Baron Chapman, the king's uncle, is now involved. He looks at Leon and says he must know what that means. Leon thinks to himself that the royal coffers must be in trouble if the crown is trying to pull the Winston family in as their financiers. The Duke believes if they use the diamonds from this investment to make Rosalind's engagement ring, that would be very symbolic too. Dragged into the conversation, Leon tries to keep his expression neutral, thinking whether that girl is still enduring her stay in the annex. He forces himself not to react outwardly, even as irritation flickers in his eyes. Meanwhile, far away from the polished table, Grace hangs suspended against the wall of Thunder's Ohm, bound by ropes, alone, exhausted, and still refusing to break. Grace hangs against the wall, tied so tightly that her wrists and ankles ache in a painful position, and she wonders how long she is supposed to stay like this while her body keeps shaking and her arms grow numb from exhaustion. When she tries to move even a little, the rope around her feet pulls upward and tightens across her body, sending sharp pain through her, and she lets out a cry while thinking bitterly that the man who tied her must be some kind of sick monster. Time moves slowly, and she drifts between being awake and dizzy until she finally hears footsteps coming closer, which makes her instantly alert. The sound feels wrong because the shoes are soft instead of the heavy military boots she expects, and this small detail fills her with anxiety as she wonders who would dare to come here if it is not Leon Winston. The door handle rattles and she tenses in fear, knowing the interrogation room should only open from the outside and only Leon should have access. Yet the door creaks open anyway and someone stands in the doorway, hidden by the dim light. She calls out, trying to sound firm even though her voice shakes, asking who it is and whether it is Winston, but she receives no answer, and the silent figure steps inside without saying a word. Her fear rises sharply, and she demands again that the stranger speak and identify himself. But instead of replying, he suddenly reaches for her face and slips a blindfold over her eyes. Grace panics and struggles, ordering him to stop and warning him that if Leon finds out someone entered without permission, he will never forgive it, and she hopes desperately that this threat will be enough to scare the intruder away. For a moment he hesitates, and her heartbeat quickens with a fragile hope that he might leave. But the situation becomes even worse when he ignores her warning completely and begins touching her in ways she never allowed. Grace screams and begs him to stop, yet he continues, and her mind spins in terror as she wonders who he could be and what kind of cruel person would do this to someone tied and helpless. In her panic, she even hopes desperately that it will turn out to be Leon, even though she hates him, because the idea of another unknown man feels even more unbearable, and she reminds herself again and again that she does not want this and cannot endure this humiliation any longer. Then the man suddenly leans closer and removes the blindfold, and Grace freezes when she sees Leon's face right in front of hers, calm and almost amused. He holds her cheek and tells her it is him and asks lightly if she missed him, as if everything that happened a moment ago was nothing but his twisted idea of a joke. And Grace cannot speak, as fear, anger, and betrayal crash over her until tears escape her eyes without her control. Leon studies her face and remarks that she looks completely ruined, but then he tells her she does not need to worry because no one else could ever enter this room except for him. And after saying that, he leans in and kisses her, even though her whole body stiffens in disgust. Inside her mind, Grace swears she will kill him someday, and if she cannot manage that, she promises herself she will at least tear out his tongue and swallow it just to erase the existence of the man who keeps breaking her again and again. When she tries to bite him, Leon blocks her easily and looks at her with a mocking smile, telling her she is still failing miserably, before kissing her again, harder this time, as if he wants to prove that he has complete control over her. Then, with that same calm tone, he asks her whether she remembers where her fiancé is. Grace sits tied to the chair, her wrists bound behind her and her ankles secured so tightly she cannot even shift her weight. And when Leon stands in front of her and asks where her fiancé is, she answers that she does not know, her voice dull and tired. Leon studies her for a moment, then says calmly that he will change the question, and he lifts his hand to her face, brushing his fingers along her cheek in a way that startles her, because she still cannot understand how he can touch her so gently and hurt her so easily in the next breath. He asks softly if she does not miss him, because he claims he has thought about her constantly, and that his thoughts were strong enough that he even stood up the Grand Duke's daughter so he could come here and see Grace instead. Grace turns her face away and says that she feels sorry for the Grand Duke's daughter because the man she is about to marry spends his days locking a woman in his basement and mistreating her, and she calls him a pervert with a flat, cold voice. Leon only grins and walks a few steps away, saying that rather than pervert, he would say he is more of a workaholic, as if the cruelty he shows her is nothing more than part of his daily routine. He picks up a lighter, flicks it open, lights a candle and lets the melting wax gather on the edge, then steps back toward her while asking in a disturbingly casual tone if she is ready to talk now. Grace lifts her chin and says, "Talk about what?" Because if he thinks he can break her with something as thin and harmless as that candle, then he is wasting his time. Leon laughs under his breath and says her sharp tongue is still there, and that maybe it is part of her charm. Then he brings the candle lower, moving it close to her body, and the moment the wax lands on her skin, she jerks in shock because the burn is sharp and sudden. She cries out and demands what he thinks he will gain by harming her like this, asking what he expects to use if he destroys everything with his own hands. Leon answers with a cold smile that her arrogant mouth still does not understand its place, then continues the slow, repeated drops of wax, methodical enough that she cannot brace herself, and soon she is trembling uncontrollably and begging him to stop. He finally leans in close to her face and begins speaking as if they are having a normal conversation, saying that in January, the Royal Heritage Bank's Bilford branch was robbed by armed men, causing financial loss to the royal family who secretly owns the bank, and he adds that he believes the Blanchard rebels were behind it. Grace raises her voice and shouts that she would not know anything about that, begging him to think logically because there is no way she could memorize every face of every criminal who passes through here. Leon becomes silent then, and he walks away with slow steps, saying this year has been full of strange incidents because every time a prisoner came into this interrogation room, they would suddenly begin telling everything as if following an unseen command. But then recently, they all stopped talking, and now he understands it was because she was watching them. He opens a drawer, pulls out a drill-like machine and plugs it in, and the moment Grace hears the loud mechanical whir, her whole body stiffens in panic as she demands to know what he is planning to do. She begs him to stop, her voice cracking, but he comes toward her and places the humming machine near her thighs, using it not as a tool, but as a psychological weapon, letting the vibration terrify her as he remarks that people often lose control when they are overwhelmed and that he simply wants to see how far she can be pushed. She screams in fear, her legs shaking even though she cannot move them, and the strange combination of fear, shock, and helplessness makes her feel like her body is betraying her. Leon watches her reactions closely and says he cannot stop until she gives him what he wants, though he claims he is a merciful master and will lend a hand to help her reach that breaking point. And then he continues his torture, calm and patient, as if he has all the time in the world to wait for her to finally crack. The shower runs steadily as Grace sits under it, letting the water pour over her while she mutters to herself that the man tormenting her is a son of a witch and that she will kill him one day, even if the thought seems impossible right now. And after sitting there for a long moment, she finally gets up, wraps herself in towels, and steps out of the bathroom. She heads straight toward her suitcase because she wants clean clothes, and while she is searching through it, Leon notices her and asks in that calm, irritating voice why she is not using the wardrobe he provided, but Grace only thinks silently that she is not using it because she does not plan on staying in this place long enough to need furniture. Once she is dressed, she moves toward the table, where a full meal has already been set out, and next to the plates and wine glasses she sees a vase filled with lilacs. The sight of the flowers makes her heart twist because she wonders if he is mocking her, showing her that the flowers are blooming while implying that no one has come to save her all this time, and she feels as if he is reminding her she is stuck here with no hope of rescue. She sits down slowly while Leon watches her, and he asks what she thinks of everything on the table. Grace answers in a dry voice that it looks like a fancy meal and some pretty flowers, and asks if this is supposed to be a date. Leon smirks and says she is delusional, which makes her reply that she is glad it is not a date because she really does not like the person she thought she would be sitting across from, since he clearly has no taste whatsoever. Leon picks up a wine bottle as if her insult does not matter, then comments that he hopes the meal pleases their picky little princess, and after pouring the drink into her glass, he orders her not to leave a single crumb, telling her not to fool herself into thinking that refusing food will help her because he is not a soft pushover. Grace bites the inside of her cheek and thinks bitterly that she never imagined he would monitor how much she eats, but she lifts the glass anyway and takes a sip, telling herself that he does not even understand the real reason she has been eating less. She begins to eat in small, slow bites while Leon stands nearby, watching her too closely. And then, he suddenly asks why her fair and gentle fiancé has not shown up to look for her yet, wondering aloud if the man has simply given up. He mocks her further, asking what she ever saw in someone so spineless that she agreed to marry him, but Grace keeps eating and thinks silently that Jimmy has not given up and that he is just being careful, waiting for the right moment because he is smart and patient and will come for her the moment she manages to step outside this cursed place. Leon snorts and says she got engaged to a pimp and therefore ended up being no better than a woman who sells herself, then asks sarcastically what hooker school is like, before saying that she did not get in, but her friends did, didn't they? Grace snaps and demands to know why he keeps repeating these things, but he insists it is the truth, saying she used her body to seduce officers and extract information, and that she must have heard the rumors about the Western commander by now. Grace replies sharply that the commander was the kind of idiot who believed that having a few meals together meant they were in a relationship, then adds that there are too many men like him who convince themselves they are special even when they are not. Leon becomes quiet for a moment, surprised by how directly she said it, then asks if she really is Grace Riddle, because she is supposed to be part of the rebels' higher command and should act like it, since she is supposed to know everything that is happening, yet he knows things she does not. Grace answers by saying that if she truly were part of the higher command, then he should consider that perhaps he has the wrong information, and she explains that her people do not use the honey trap method because the disgusting royalists always turn the blame on the women afterward, twisting situations around just like he is doing now. Leon's expression turns dark as she speaks, and he replies coldly that it is a proven fact that the rebels plant potential lovers as spies within military ranks. He takes out a cigarette, lights it, and places it between his lips before saying that people like her have even admitted to ordering seduction missions. Grace retorts that such a thing never happened and that this is exactly why she did not believe the accusation when she first heard it. She even adds that he must be very important if someone told him that, and she says he should feel proud. Leon exhales smoke and says she is being delusional again, still trying to believe she is on the clean side of the conflict. Grace wipes her mouth with a napkin and tells him it is not wishful thinking because the rebels truly are on the clean side, and that every one of them sacrificed themselves willingly, unlike the royal pigs who follow their selfish greed. Leon leans back slightly and says she is not wrong about the greed, but at least the royal family admits they are corrupt, while the rebels pretend to be saints even though they are rotten too. He claims he is telling her this because he cares, asking if she really thought he would not be angry seeing someone he once loved being brainwashed by a cult. Grace pushes her chair back as if ready to stand, but Leon looks at her sharply and asks if she is leaving the table without saying anything, then adds mockingly that he guesses hooker school did not teach her manners either. Grace turns away and starts walking, but Leon calls out behind her, asking if she did not hear him tell her to finish everything on her plate. She faces him again, saying she was going to, but lost her appetite. But Leon calls her by another name, Sally, and tells her to at least eat the dessert. He lifts a plate to show her the cake, and Grace freezes because she recognizes it instantly. It is from Madame Benoit's shop. She realizes in that moment that the reason he called her Sally is because Sally was the one who loved this cake, not Daisy and not Grace. Leon asks if she likes it and encourages her to eat, so Grace walks back to the table, sits down slowly, and begins eating the cake piece by piece. When she finishes, she uses her tongue to wipe the sweetness from around her lips, unaware of how Leon is staring at her. He watches her motions closely, and although he says nothing aloud, he feels a rush of desire and mutters under his breath that he is behaving like a mutt who cannot control himself. After some time passes, we see Grace and Leon in the shower, and the moment between them turns intense, while Leon keeps using the situation to pressure her emotionally and mentally, because he says she has clearly misunderstood everything if she still refuses to talk about the rebel base, and he warns her that if she will not speak, then he has no reason to let her stay alive, so she must think very carefully before deciding whether she will reveal the location where her fiancé is hiding. After this, Grace is shown sitting on the edge of the bathtub, completely unprotected and weak from exhaustion, and she suddenly slips as she loses her balance, almost falling, but Leon quickly grabs her and steadies her before she hits the floor, and as she stares into his eyes, she tells him in a tired voice to stop wasting time and to simply continue whatever he intends, showing how overwhelmed she is. Leon begins to smile at her reaction, then he leans in and kisses her, and he tells her that the expression she has, almost like a smile marked by blood and pain, excites him in a twisted way, and he says she knows this very well, which is the reason she is behaving like this. He then adds that if she wants anything from him, she must learn to ask properly, because he wants her to understand that even her requests must be made in the way he chooses. After this, he continues pushing himself into control, speaking with cruel amusement as he tells her that her fiancé should see her in this state, and he then talks about how, nowadays, people can easily record sounds and mix them into films, saying he will bring a recorder next time, and her fiancé will surely enjoy the gift while he is alone and using only his hands at night. Grace begins to lose her strength, almost losing consciousness as everything becomes too much, and Leon asks if she can still hear him. A moment later, he casually apologizes, saying that maybe his earlier request was too extreme, especially when she is reacting so desperately. Then he mocks her by saying that the way she is clinging to him is amusing, considering that she claimed she would strike him like she once struck the pig, meaning she must not be thinking clearly right now. Grace refuses to stay quiet and tells him that she is sainter than him, and then she throws the truth at him, saying he is assaulting the daughter of the woman who killed his father, and that Major Winston must be extremely proud of him. Leon only smiles darkly and says thank you, father, because according to him, his father's death eventually led him to find such a high-quality slave, and he orders Grace to remember that in his eyes, she is nothing except a worthless woman he can use. Grace becomes furious and tells him he is a pervert who cannot live without using her body, but Leon replies coldly that she should not worry, because once he gets bored, he will throw her away, and he asks her whether she prefers to be sent to a concentration camp or a brothel, explaining that whichever place she chooses, she will still have to work hard to satisfy old men who struggle even to function. Her body trembles as she forces herself to respond that such places would not be any different from what he is doing to her now. Leon reacts by biting her ear harshly, then licking the wound he creates, and after this they end up kissing again. Grace asks him if he really likes her, and as soon as she says this, Leon's expression changes, and something dark and dangerous replaces his earlier amusement. A while later, when everything quiets down, he lifts her out of the bathtub, carrying her in his arms, and he unexpectedly admits in a low voice that he is afraid of her. Grace wakes up suddenly, pulled out of a nightmare in which Leon's voice keeps repeating the same words again and again, especially the moment he whispered that he is afraid of her. And in her dream, his face looks terrified, so when her eyes open, she is still shaken from the echo of those words that cling to her mind like a shadow she cannot shake off. She turns her head and notices him sitting by the table, yet the moment he realizes she is awake, he pretends to still be sleeping, although his hand is clearly moving, because he is actually writing something on a piece of paper, while casually saying that he knows she is awake and that she should finish the meal before it gets cold, telling her plainly to sit down and eat what he prepared on the table. But Grace remains silent. She slowly stands up, still feeling confused and sore, and as she looks down at her body, she becomes shocked because she wonders if he actually cleaned her up while she was unconscious. and she cannot believe it since it does not match the kind of person he is, so she keeps staring at herself while thinking that it cannot possibly be true. After a moment, she moves to sit across from him at the table where warm food has already been set. But before she can gather herself, Leon unexpectedly brings up Daisy, saying in a calm voice that he used to love Daisy. And this makes Grace freeze because she never expected him to say something like that. She looks at him with wide eyes and he continues speaking casually, admitting that yes, he still loves Daisy even now, but he absolutely hates Grace Riddle. Although he adds with a cold smirk that when she cries and accepts everything quietly, she can look like a pretty little thing. Grace sits in silence, and Leon stands up, telling her that if she wants to stay alive, she needs to behave, because he can even tolerate the stubborn look she keeps giving him, although he says it with an annoyed tone as if her expression alone irritates him. Grace thinks to herself that he believes he can simply walk away after saying the things he wanted and that he expects everything to go his way, so she bites down on her tongue hard enough to make it bleed, and she picks up the bowl of hot soup, drinking it despite the pain, whispering in her mind that Leon is someone who cannot change no matter what. Suddenly, the spoon slips from her shaking hand and hits the table, and the bleeding from her tongue becomes worse as she struggles to stay upright. Leon hears the sound and instantly notices the blood, and he rushes toward her, grabbing her and pulling her into his arms in panic. He mutters under his breath, almost trembling, that it is blood, and that he has always been afraid of blood. But for some reason this blood, her blood, makes his expression twist with a mixture of fear and confusion. Grace feels herself losing consciousness again, and Leon desperately orders her to open her eyes, telling her again and again to look at him. Grace barely manages to look at him, and she remembers that he once said blood excites him, so she wonders why he is making such a frightened face now, especially when he also told her before that if she died, he would simply replace her with someone else. The contradiction makes her wonder what exactly is happening inside him, and she smiles faintly at the confusing look in his eyes before she drifts into darkness. The scene then shifts to Leon's office where he sits at his desk holding a small capsule in his hand, a capsule that appears to contain cyanide, and he wonders where it even came from. One of his men stands before him and reports that they discovered the capsule when they were replacing the mattress in the torture room, and the doctor has already confirmed that it contains the exact amount needed for a lethal dose. Leon thinks for a moment and realizes they must have figured out that only the torture room uses that specific type of mattress, and he mutters that it is thanks to that woman. His subordinate agrees, saying that seems to be the case. Leon then reflects on Grace, saying that even back when she worked as a maid, he always noticed she was unnecessarily diligent, and now that same habit has helped them uncover a clue indicating that Grace must be holding very important information, the kind of information that could put the top leadership in danger if she ever chose to confess it. His subordinate nods and says that this is correct, and that it is the first time someone has attempted to force a suicide in this way. Leon then looks at a piece of paper they found, a note that reads, "I am sorry, Grace. I love you." And he mutters to himself that the person wrote "I love you" while handing her poison, and for some strange reason, he feels a flicker of pity for the woman who wrote the note. After a moment, he picks up another document while his subordinate hands him the weekly report on the movements near the Winsford headquarters, and Leon begins reading through the report carefully. Meanwhile, Grace is back in the torture room, holding a pair of pliers in her hand as she tries to break part of the wall because she is determined to finish what she has started. But then she hears footsteps and whispers to herself that it is already time even though it is not supposed to be yet. She immediately stops, puts everything back in its original place, and goes to wash her hands quickly while telling herself that she has to complete everything soon. As she is washing her hands, Leon suddenly enters the bathroom, and the shock makes her stiffen in fear. He looks at her coldly and tells her to get out. Sometime later, we see Grace and Leon entering a quiet examination room where a doctor is already waiting, and without giving Grace any time to understand what is happening, Leon immediately hands her over to the woman and says coldly that they should begin, while Grace stands there confused and tense because she has no idea why she is being examined again. The doctor calmly begins checking her condition, while Grace keeps wondering if this sudden examination has anything to do with the moment a few days ago when she bit her tongue so badly that she started bleeding. But then she reminds herself that the reason does not matter because she believes this is her chance. She tries to talk to the doctor, but Leon immediately interrupts and tells her the doctor is busy, so she should save her pointless chatter, calling her sweetheart in that infuriating tone he uses when he wants to belittle her. He orders her to lie down and behave, so she has no choice but to stay quiet while the doctor continues. A little later, the doctor finally finishes everything and turns to Leon, saying she will have it delivered to the mansion within a week. And after giving her quick professional notes, she walks out, leaving Grace sitting on the examination table, trying to understand what just happened. As soon as the doctor leaves, Grace looks at Leon and demands to know what exactly the doctor just did to her and what is supposed to be delivered in a week. Leon looks back at her with no hesitation and says in a flat tone that she herself once said she did not want to have his child, didn't she? While unbuttoning his shirt casually, he explains that a prisoner carrying a baby would be inconvenient for him too. Grace freezes at the meaning of his words, and a wave of terror goes through her chest as she realizes this means he never had any intention of letting her go, not even in the far future. She stares at him and asks bluntly how long he plans to keep her locked up. He steps closer, grabs her harshly, and tells her he will keep her until he gets bored of her or until she behaves her way into being completely worthless to him. And then he asks whether she wants to live or not. When she remains silent, he adds that if she wants to survive, she should try harder to bore him. Grace gathers her thoughts and asks the question she has been avoiding for so long. He never reported her to the high command, did he? Leon smirks and says it took her long enough to realize that. Grace responds with a smile that has no warmth, telling him he must really think his superiors will stay silent if they find out that their poster boy officer, the decorated rebel hero, is secretly hiding a prisoner woman in his mansion and turning her into his private mistress. She adds that his father would turn in his grave if he knew. Leon chuckles and answers that it is an honor that his enemy worries so much about his future. After he says this, he begins to take off her clothes one by one. As Grace obeys, she tells herself silently that she does not want to die. She will survive no matter what, but she refuses to remain his plaything forever. If he will not release her, then she will find a way to escape on her own. Night falls, and the corridor outside the torture room is completely empty. Grace is watching quietly through the keyhole, waiting for the exact moment when everything aligns, and when she sees no one around, she whispers to herself that now is the time. She moves quickly to the area where she has been secretly working for days and starts pulling away the pieces of tile she loosened earlier. She tells herself that people say desperation can give someone superhuman strength, and she now understands it because she originally thought digging through this place would take a whole month, but somehow she managed to complete it in just 4 days. Without wasting another second, she slips into the hole she created and starts dragging her body forward, but she soon realizes her chest keeps scraping against the narrow space, slowing her down, so she mutters that maybe leaving a piece of her chest behind wouldn't be a bad idea, since that man would probably enjoy that joke. She drags herself through until she reaches another small room on the other side, and she quickly removes her shoes so she can move faster and more quietly. She tells herself that is good. Bare feet will make less noise. She runs carefully through the corridor, making sure not to alert anyone, and after a long, tense moment, she arrives in front of the only passage that leads outside. She stands there breathing heavily, telling herself she has to make it through this part, because if she fails now, she will remain imprisoned forever. But if she pushes just a little more, she might finally be free. She lowers herself into the narrow underground tunnel, praying silently that no one hears her movements, and she hurries forward, using every bit of strength she has left. Finally, after what feels like hours, she spots the opening that leads outside. She knows the front gate will be heavily guarded, so she heads for the back instead. The moment she squeezes out through the back exit, she looks around, stunned because she actually did it. She is outside. Free air touches her skin, and she begins running with all her strength, not stopping for even a second. When she reaches a large old tree, rain suddenly starts pouring heavily, drenching her instantly, and she drops to her knees crying with relief, whispering that she is finally free. She laughs and sobs at the same time, saying goodbye to those terrible people. The scene then cuts to Leon's office where his subordinate rushes in and reports what happened. The moment Leon hears Grace has escaped, his expression turns furious, and he says through clenched teeth that he will retrieve her himself. Somewhere far from the mansion, in a quiet house where rain keeps hitting the roof again and again, a man suddenly wakes up because he hears strange noises coming from outside, and he sits up quickly, trying to understand what is happening. He gets out of his bed, walks to the window half asleep, and when he looks down into the dark, rainy street, he freezes because he sees Grace standing there, soaked and shivering. And the sight confuses him so much that he cannot speak for a moment. Grace looks up and calls him by name, saying Peter, and then she tells him urgently that she needs to be withdrawn from here immediately, her voice trembling not only from the cold rain, but from everything she has just escaped. A moment later, we see the two of them walking together under an umbrella as the rain pours heavily, and Peter finally asks her how she managed to escape, adding almost in disbelief that she should not tell him Winston let her go. Grace gives him a tired and bitter expression and replies that of course Winston did not release her because she escaped by herself. But even as she answers him, she keeps thinking silently about something that is bothering her deeply. Why were there no Revolutionary Guards watching Winston's place? Why did she not run into even a single guard during her escape? Something about that makes no sense. Peter also seems to be thinking hard, and in his mind, he knows the truth. High Command expected her to take her own life, and that is why the guards were pulled back. But out loud, he only says that he cannot tell her how relieved he is that she made it out alive. And then, he guides her toward a carriage and helps her sit inside it, telling her firmly to stay inside because he needs to contact Nancy first. Grace becomes startled at the name and asks, "Nancy? So the safe house has not been compromised yet?" Peter nods and says yes, it is still secure. Grace sits back inside the carriage and tries to absorb everything, thinking to herself that if the safe house is still intact, then something is not matching, because she suddenly remembers the moment when Leon admitted that Fred was still useful to him, which means something very different. If Fred was useful, Leon would have tailed him after releasing him, so if Fred was being followed, then the safe house should not be safe at all. So something is wrong, seriously wrong, and she feels a cold fear spreading inside her chest. After some time, Peter returns and tells her they are going to meet Nancy at the Winsford checkpoint. Grace immediately tells him to cancel that plan, and when he reacts with confusion, she tells him just to drop her near the Winsford tram station and give her the fare to Brighton. Peter looks stunned and asks her what she is talking about, because if she waits at the tram alone, there is a high chance she might get caught again. She answers him sharply that she will handle it and that she will not be captured again. Peter tries to explain patiently that none of them wants to be caught and he needs to leave now so he can make it back to Halewood before dawn, because if he is seen driving a carriage around at this hour, Winston will become suspicious, so he begs her to trust him just this once. Grace becomes silent and closes her eyes, fighting her frustration, and finally she agrees with a quiet whisper. The carriage begins moving, and Grace sits inside, trying to calm herself, telling herself that she already pulled off the hardest part, escaping the annex, and she did it in one attempt, so she should not feel this uneasy. She tries to relax and reminds herself that this is supposed to be her victory, so she closes her eyes for a moment. But suddenly, the carriage stops abruptly. Grace snaps her eyes open, wondering if they have arrived already. And when she hears footsteps outside, she assumes it is Peter, so she reaches out her hand through the carriage opening and asks if they are already there. Instead of Peter, someone grabs her hand tightly and yanks her out, calling her sweetheart. And when she looks up, she is horrified because the man pulling her out is not Peter. It is Leon. He stands there under the dark, rainy sky and asks her mockingly whether she enjoyed her last little outing before she died. Grace feels her heart drop and she immediately turns to look for Peter. Leon follows her gaze and smirks, saying something cruel about the post office delivering women now, meaning Peter must have delivered her straight into his hands. Peter stands nearby, completely silent, not meeting Grace's eyes. Grace's face twists with fury as she realizes what happened, and she calls Peter a filthy traitor, grabbing his coat with shaking hands and shouting at him, asking how he could do this to his own side, telling him that Leon will kill her and that he should go to hell. Peter takes a deep breath and tells her coldly that enough is enough and that everything is already over. Grace stares at him wide-eyed and demands to know what he means, and Peter replies that she should have stayed low profile instead of acting out. Grace's anger rises so fast that her face turns red and she becomes furious enough to hit him across his face. Peter, already tense, loses his temper too and grabs her by the neck, raising his hand as if he is about to strike her. She squeezes her eyes shut, bracing for the blow. But instead of Peter hitting her, she hears a loud impact and a heavy thud. When she opens her eyes, Peter is lying on the ground, motionless. Standing behind him is Leon, holding a pistol still smoking from firing a bullet. He looks down at Peter's fallen body and mutters darkly that this filthy rat dared too much. Peter lies motionless on the ground, and when Leon looks down at his body, he mutters with cold satisfaction that the man finally received the end he deserved, sending him to the place he had always been heading. Grace stands completely frozen, unable to breathe as she tries to understand what has just happened. Realizing first that Peter, who she trusted and whose house she ran toward for safety, had betrayed her, then even tried to harm her when cornered, and now the same man lies dead at Leon's feet, while the heavy rain keeps falling around them, making the whole scene feel like the nightmare she fought so hard to escape has come chasing her again and has now wrapped itself around her as tightly as before. Leon turns toward her, calm in a terrifying way, and asks lightly if she wants to accompany Peter, then raises his gun at her face and orders her to beg, telling her to go on and do it properly. Grace keeps staring down at the muddy ground, her wet hair sticking to her cheeks as she fights the panic rising inside her chest, while Leon studies every small change on her face as if enjoying her fear. And then she finally lifts her head and tells him with a trembling voice that he has never listened to her even when she begged, so she sees no point in begging now. Instead, she takes the gun, places the cold barrel directly on her own forehead, and tells him to simply finish it already, yelling through her tears that he has always wanted to kill her with his own hands anyway. The rain keeps coming down as she stands there with surprising steadiness, pushing the gun harder against her own skin, while Leon watches her with an unreadable expression before slowly removing the weapon from her hand and telling her that she is still stubborn, and because of that, she will pay dearly. The scene shifts to the inside of a car later that evening, where Jerome Winston and Rosalind sit together, and Rosalind, still surprised from earlier, says honestly that she never expected Jerome to actually publish the written apology or fund Professor Chadwick's research, calling it touching because the professor seemed genuinely moved by Jerome's gesture. Jerome stays quiet for a moment, and Rosalind then jokes that it is a shame someone with Jerome's love for archaeology and geology left the academic path. But Jerome answers with mild bitterness that the Winston family does not consider fields without profit to be real careers, and in truth, they are snobs. Rosalind laughs softly and says it means she made the right choice when she left her own studies for marriage. But Jerome gently tells her that if she ever wished to keep studying, she did not need her brother's approval since it is her life, addressing her respectfully as Your Grace. She blushes and asks him to call her Rosie, then corrects herself to Rosalind, making Jerome freeze for a moment as he admits that her full name is Beautiful. As night deepens, Jerome gathers the courage to ask Rosalind if she has ever considered that a force similar to gravity could exist between people as well. She, thinking scientifically, replies lightly that gravity acts on all things with mass. But Jerome becomes embarrassed and confesses that he feels as if he is being pulled toward her every time they are in the same room. She turns red and says she will pretend she did not hear that, but Jerome takes her hand anyway, saying that if she pretends not to hear it this time, he will simply say something new each time they meet, using a different law of physics for his confession. She pulls her hand away and reminds him that she has been married to his brother for 3 years and therefore knows him well enough to say this is wrong. But Jerome replies with a heavy truth that Leon will never see her as a woman, not truly, and Rosalind, startled, asks him how he can be so certain. Jerome says it is because Leon remains fixated on a girl he met once over a decade ago, which Jerome finds pathetic, but Rosalind thinks it sounds romantic. Jerome asks her seriously if she wants to remain a side character in Leon's distant love story, then tells her he is different because he wants her now. She whispers that they will be caught, but Jerome urges her to trust him, then gently draws her face toward him. She, nervous and flustered, asks if it is his first time, and when he nods shyly, she removes his glasses and confesses it is her first time too, and they kiss. He tells her her kiss is sweeter than 3.14, and when she laughs and asks if he means sweet as pie, he admits it. He asks if he can see her again tomorrow, and she holds his hands and tells him to call her Rosie, then they kiss again. The next morning, inside Leon's office, he orders Campbell to continue his report, and Campbell explains that the early morning incident has been officially recorded as an intruder trying to steal military documents, meaning higher command will be informed today. Leon asks about the escape route, and Campbell reports that Grace used tools from the interrogation room to dig her way through the bathroom wall and into the storage room. Leon responds impatiently that he knows that part, and Campbell adds that the path she used to reach the garden fence is still unclear, though they are investigating and will report once they confirm everything. Leon tells him to make sure such a thing never happens again, and Campbell assures him that the interrogation room is already under renovation and the guards will be retrained. After Campbell leaves, Leon speaks to himself, saying that if he had ever owned a dog, there was always a name he wanted to give it, Bella. He then looks under his desk, where Grace sits on the floor in humiliation, forced to kneel at his feet with a chain around her neck. Leon tells her that from now on, her name is Bella, then tugs sharply on the chain and demands she explain how she escaped, saying that if she gives a satisfactory answer, he might spare her as well as the incompetent guards who lost their positions because of her actions. Grace, refusing to let him see her spirit break, smiles faintly and says that dogs cannot speak, and he knows that well. Leon leans closer and tells her to bark then, but she, though exhausted and trembling, answers calmly that she can bite like one instead. In the next moment, Grace finds herself once again secured with chains, and Leon, after fastening everything tightly, gestures to the guards that they may leave, and they quietly step out of the room, shutting the heavy door behind them, while Grace realizes with growing dread that this time he truly intends to keep her chained. Leon asks her casually if she likes her newly renovated home, and Grace slowly looks around, seeing how every corner of the room has been reinforced and sealed, making it clear that escaping will be nearly impossible now, and yet she tells him calmly not to worry because she will do her best to meet his expectations. For a moment, Leon goes silent, almost surprised. Then he stands up and tells her to keep trying because her punishment has only begun. And with that final remark, he leaves the chamber, and after that night, he does not come back at all. Time passes painfully slowly, and Grace lies on her narrow bed staring up at the ceiling, thinking again and again that she should never have gone to Peter that day because the mistake of trusting him has pushed her deeper into this nightmare. She wonders if Leon is trying to starve her to death because no food is given to her, and she has simply been left there with nothing but silence, darkness, and the slow weakening of her own body. A memory flashes in her mind. She remembers a prisoner she once met while she was acting as Sally Bristol, how she had offered him food and he had pushed it away, shouting that he did not want any of it, that he only wanted to be released. And now she shivers as she stares at the empty plates around her, whispering to herself that she will never beg, because if she dies in here, it will be him who regrets it, not her. The next morning, she hears the faint sound of water dripping from the tap, filling the stillness around her, and for a second she becomes alert, thinking that Leon has finally come back, but no one appears. She looks down at the chain around her ankle and remembers his words, that her punishment has only just begun, and she forces herself to lie back down on the bed, even though her stomach feels as if it is twisting from hunger. She keeps her eyes on the door and tells herself the suffering is not only hunger, but something deeper, because her senses feel sharper and her nerves constantly tremble. She wonders how long it has been, 5 days, a week, maybe more, because time has become impossible to track in this place. Suddenly, she hears a faint sound from outside, and she flinches, her entire body stiffening as she whispers, "Who's there?" but receives no answer, so she gets up unsteadily and walks toward the door, pressing her ear to it. She calls again, asking if someone is there, insisting that she knows someone is on the other side, and she begs them to say something, anything, to at least make a small sound, so she knows she is not talking to emptiness. Desperation rises in her chest, and she slams her fists against the door again and again, yelling at whoever is out there to respond, pleading for even a single noise because the silence is driving her mad. She slides down to the floor, shaking, and whispers that she does not even know what day it is anymore, then starts scratching at her arms in frustration before hitting the door once more and shouting for Winston, telling anyone who is listening to call him because she has something to say to that horrible man. In the next scene, Leon stands outside the torture chamber for a long moment before finally unlocking the door, and inside, Grace lies curled up on the cold floor, exhausted and weak from hunger. But when she hears footsteps, her eyes open suddenly. She sees Leon standing in front of her and holding a covered dish in one hand, and the sight of food shocks her so badly she forgets how to breathe for a moment. Leon sets the dish on the small table and removes the lid, revealing what looks like a piece of cake, and he tells her to come over while tapping his hand on his lap. Grace, trembling from hunger and confusion, approaches him slowly and sits on his lap as he instructed, clinging to him simply because she has no strength left. And he wraps his arms around her as if greeting a long-lost pet, smiling with satisfaction while saying softly that his little puppy must have been starving. Leon asks her softly if she misses him, and Grace's whole body begins to tremble as she tries to hold herself still, and when she whispers that she does, he smiles in a way that shows he already expected the answer and comments that she probably misses the pudding more than she misses him, which makes her chest tighten with embarrassment. And before she can say anything else, a man suddenly enters the room, startling her so badly that she grabs Leon's hand in fear, while her trembling becomes even stronger as she blurts out in a desperate voice that she truly missed him, calling him master and saying she missed him so much because she is terrified of what the sudden interruption might cause. Leon pulls her forward by her collar and tells her he thought his Bella had run away again, even though she is still right here, and Grace quickly shakes her head and insists she will not run away again, repeating that she will behave and obey him from now on as she tries to stop her voice from cracking, and the scene quietly ends with the simple image of an empty cake plate left behind on the table. At night, the story moves somewhere else, and the Grand Duke explains that an unexpected participant has joined the bidding for the Bria diamond mines, then asks Leon if he has heard of the Sinclair family, and Leon answers that he has, saying they are a family born as commoners who somehow rose to great wealth, and he thinks to himself that unlike many rich families, they actually fulfill their responsibilities towards society exactly as their status requires, so it is no wonder that the people respect them so much. The Grand Duke tells him that this is exactly why the bidding has become troublesome, since the honored guest's stomach pains have worsened again because of it, and Leon thinks silently that the honored guest must mean the king, so he asks the Duke directly what the king wants him to do, which makes the Duke laugh and say he always appreciates Leon's straightforward nature. Therefore, he will speak plainly and tell him to investigate the Sinclairs thoroughly and preferably find something useful. Leon immediately understands that the king wants him to dig up dirt on the Sinclairs, and he thinks that giving a private investigator's job to a soldier is hardly the best choice, but since it is the king's request, there is no way to refuse. And at that moment, someone knocks on the door and two servers come in carrying the final course, which is a plate of elegant swan-shaped profiteroles filled with sweet cream, and they politely invite them to enjoy the dessert. Leon eats quietly, and the chef eagerly asks him if the meal has satisfied him, and Leon tells him to pack another serving to take with him, which makes the chef smile proudly because he interprets it as proof of Leon's refined taste, and he promises to prepare it right away, though the Grand Duke becomes confused and asks Leon why he is ordering more dessert before even finishing the one in front of him, reminding him that he was never trained to be someone with such a sweet tooth. Leon only replies that everyone has their own private indulgences, and he keeps eating as heavy rain starts outside, and the Duke eventually rises to leave while saying he will wait for Leon's update. Then Leon also gets into his car, and one of the attendants informs him that the necklace he ordered has arrived, saying that sweetbreads and a jeweled gift will surely delight her grace. And Leon sits back against the window, thinking to himself that if that woman had behaved properly, he would have given her the necklace. He imagines for a moment placing the jewelry around her neck, but then he suddenly remembers Grace's wide-eyed expression when she asked him whether he liked her, and his mood immediately shifts as frustration crosses his face, and he angrily throws the necklace out of the window, telling himself that Grace Riddle is someone he should only feel hatred toward, and that this kind of elegant thing does not suit her at all. The car reaches a busy road, and the driver says they will move again once the traffic clears, but Leon glances outside and becomes confused when he spots Jerome standing in the crowd with Rosalind, because the two of them are tied together by their wrists and are practicing boxing strokes side by side, and Leon stares in disbelief, thinking this scene is almost impossible to believe. He tells the driver to wait and steps out, entering the theater building where the two of them are heading, and he watches from a distance as Jerome politely tells Rosalind to go in first, and Leon quietly takes a seat behind them and wonders whether he should startle them or call out to them. But then, he thinks that if Lady Rosalind becomes frightened and breaks off the relationship on the spot, it would be too much of a waste, so he remains silent while he observes them, and he sees them lean close and kiss each other in a soft, secretive way that tells him they are completely committed to each other. And Leon thinks to himself that although this is unexpected, it might actually turn out to be a good thing in its own way. Grace lies on the bed in the torture room, the dim light falling over her as she carefully holds a pen and a newspaper, circling letters to spell out Leon's name, and a small smile plays across her lips as she wonders quietly to herself what kind of expression the man would make if he ever saw her little creation, imagining it with a mixture of fear and amusement that makes her chest tighten. She continues to work patiently, lost in the act, until the door opens and Leon steps in, holding a package in his hand, and he looks at her with a faint smile, commenting that his little puppy has been playing all by herself, and Grace, still sitting on the bed, glances at him with a small, self-conscious smile as she replies that she has been thinking about him all day. Leon tilts his head and asks, "Is that so? I bet you imagined all sorts of ways to give me a slow and painful punishment," his voice teasing yet sharp. Leon continues, noting that she should imagine whatever she wants until she is tired of it, adding that she should let her imagination run wild to her heart's content. And then he presents her with the gift he has brought. He begins removing his coat and explains that he had not realized this would be the first time she asked for leftovers to be brought home, and although people often use such excuses to give scraps to their dogs, in truth, he had brought it specifically for her. Grace opens the package with some hesitation, her eyes scanning the contents carefully before she realizes it is a pastry that looks far too refined to be mere leftovers, and she thinks quietly to herself, wondering why he would bother, yet a small thrill runs through her as she begins to eat, telling herself that she is in no position to refuse what has been offered. Leon sits beside her, watching her closely, and comments softly, noting that his puppy seems to be eating well and asking if it tastes good, and Grace only nods slightly, still feeling the strange mixture of anxiety and relief in having this small indulgence. Slowly, he begins removing her clothes, his movements deliberate, and then presses against her body, making her heart beat faster, and she murmurs, thinking about whether dogs bite when they meet people while they eat, though Leon does not stop his touch, continuing until Grace begins to feel a sharp sting of discomfort, causing the pastry to fall from her hands. She pleads quietly, asking him to leave her alone for just a moment, but Leon does not relent, and the sensation continues, making her body shiver involuntarily as he leans closer, even teasing her by lightly brushing her ear. He suddenly asks her what the sound is that she makes, and when she replies softly that it is because she is feeling good, he presses further, instructing her to describe in one sentence what makes her feel this way. Grace's body trembles under his touch, and she confesses in a whisper that it is the way he touches her that makes her feel so good, so warm, so alive, and Leon smiles faintly, asking her what she wants him to do next. She hesitates, then finally murmurs that she wants him to make her feel even better, and Leon begins to respond, guiding her in ways that make her shiver and gulp, and she finds herself trying to resist, though her body betrays her every time he moves. He then asks her why she insists on holding back, noting that by now she should be accustomed to the sensations he offers, and Grace blushes deeply, thinking to herself that while she might get used to the pleasure, she could never accept the guilt and weight that come alongside it. Leon asks her gently what a good puppy should never forget to do, and she responds softly, "Thank you, master," and he nods approvingly, calling her a good girl, and then guides her to lie fully on the bed as he prepares to give her one more gift. He retrieves a small, elegant jewel piece from the box he brought in and presents it to her, explaining that he had it specially made just for her, and asks if she likes it. Grace lifts her eyes to meet his and smiles faintly, telling him that she is happy to be the dog of a wealthy man and that she never imagined she would be wearing a leash made of pearls. Leon's tone carries both amusement and curiosity as he asks, "A leash?" Meanwhile, he is holding a long chain in his hand made of gold and pearls.